ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai, kua whiriwhiri hia mō te kainihira o te hiku o te ika i te mahi me te ngākau wauha, me te whakamahi i ngā pukinga, me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā whakataunga kia whakatūria ai, tētahi hapori e matatika ana, e tū kotahi ana, ka motu ka whakapiki anō i te oranga, tō kātou rohe, ka whakatau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. We ask through council decisions the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of the district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Yeah. So, welcome everybody. Our next item is apologies for declarations of interest. So, I'm going to table apologies from Kahika, Moko Sipania, and at this stage, Councillor Kapa is not here, but he's intending to join online, and so is Councillor Kleskovic. He was there, he was online. Sorry,
I'll put those apologies through that. Kleskovic is just on his way from another week.
Okay, so for lateness.
We'll be here, mate.
Yep, awesome. Thank you for that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to our manipuri in the room. We have got first a deputation on the Wairua launchpad. I've got Pamela Ann listed, but it's going to be Selina Wihori. I don't know whether 5 minutes, yeah. Hi, Mai. And I just want to say that if you do want to speak longer, there are other forums, like we have a Te Koko committee, which is our transport committee. I'm not sure how long that deputation is. Te Kuaka as well, it's an overstanding committee. We do give longer time to that one for speaking to the councillors. But yeah, because this is a massive agenda, we have to keep to time. Kia ora.
Do they stand here?
Yeah, you can come and stand here or to the side, wherever you feel comfortable. And help yourself to the water, and we'll change those for next speaker if required.
Have a seat for and they to remark in all. Okay, Rina has asked me to speak. My name is Josephine Baker. I am the Ngāti Kōpaki Hapu and Community Liaison from Wairua. You want to speak first? You first. Okay, we're going to share. As Ngāti Kōpaki Hapu and Community Liaison, my duty to our uri is to keep them informed and to protect their interests and well-being. As Hapu mana whenua Ngāti Kōpaki Hapu, wrap our korowai around our community of Moeroa, to tautoko their discovery around their needs in progressing our township into the future the way they choose it to be. In the Moeroa Valley, Ngāti Kōpaki Hapu and Ngāti Tarahapu serve our community as mana whenua kaitiaki over our whenua awa and north. Our Hapu share a gazette notice under the Fisheries Act of kaitiaki tangata, rohe moana over our waterways. Our mana whenua landowners were contributors and instrumental in the planning and contributed towards the Otiria Spillway project. The building of the Corfu Bridge, the realignment of the roads there, and the flood banks that were built there. Our whānau, our mana whenua community actually leased land to NRC for those projects to be done. Just a month ago, Ngāti Hine surrendered to Ngāti Kōpaki and Ngāti Terahapu and RMA outside their jurisdiction, where a family were wanting to build an otiria. Yaranga case, like I said, the permit for the whānau who wished to settle in our community and build their home near one of our rivers. The application was a full disclosure of the whānau's plans, complete with engineers' reports, architectural plans, plumbing, aerated sewage system, drainage plans, and fire and safety reports. Our hapu tangata Kaitiaki Wirui Kiretene was invited on site to inspect. No wooding or earthworks had been begun on the property, and safety measures for the whānau and their planned home were well and out of the flood risk areas. The hapu were pleased that this process was open, detailed and forthcoming. By contrast, the laundromat proposed to be opened in our whenua is not. The residents in hapu have not been privy to any reports or data concerning this new business. In fact, whānau had to apply through the Official Information Act to get any background on this proposed laundromat. And for the hapu, the reading is not good. Nothing in the information assures us that our taiao is safe. Nothing in there gives us any indication that the business is a good idea for our town. And we even question the validity of the mathematical formula used by Gumboot Engineering Consultancy of Waipapa concerning the laundromat's grey water discharge. Through this whole process, we have witnessed the FNDC Council ask for information continually to support their proposal or their proposed consent, and it hasn't been done. The consent has been refused, and then it was accepted, and then it's been refused again as of the 23rd of August this year. We're also aware that the council underwent a review process of its staff members who were involved in their process, and we haven't heard back about the findings of that review. We feel that as the community and hapu involved in that proposed consent, we should have heard because it affects us personally, affects our township and affects hapu. We believe that this process should have gone through the RMA process, just like the whānau in Otiria applied for building consent for their home. I think it should be the same rules applied here for this business owner. So yes, we had our community meeting last night and a resolution was made. And you will read that.
Kia ora, ko te rino I hongi tōku ingoa, he ere hari o Ngāti Tiara, me Ngāti Kōpaki. Last night we had a community hui at Simpson Park from 6 p.m. to nearly 8. We discussed the pros and the cons of this business. The only pro we could come up with was economic development. The cons were environmental impacts, social impacts, a 24/7 laundromat in Wirua. We know there's drug problems in the north. That to me helps breed the problem more. Then you have more teenagers. I have a letter which I will send off. And our resolution was a resounding no. So on the 16th of October 2024, the hapu, Ngāti Tiara, me Ngāti Kōpaki, and the community of Wirua have moved a resolution that we say no to a laundromat in Wirua. All but one were in agreement, and he was in agreeance only if there was a proper plan for the grey water, because at this current time, the plan that was approved, there is, the grey water is allowed to seep. That's what Connie explained last night. I believe she is in talks with engineers to solve the issue. We believe that this should go through an RMA process, that the 3x3 water usage it's going to exceed. And that was just from some basic water protocol maths that we've done ourselves. Kia ora, Auntie Rosie.
Auntie Rosie's just going to say one thing, because we're speaking as hapu and community.
Paena, tūki reira, kōrero ki reira paena. I nā whātau katoa te whānau o tēnei whare. Just want to say a big loud no to our that laundromat because of all the things that have been spoken. I put it to Connie that did you go to the people first before you went this way? And there was a no. So for me, the cart was put before the horse. And so I've got a shop in Moerewa. I've seen the drug things going on. Our people, tamariki mokopuna, out too late. I've been telling, go home, go home. We do not want this in Moerewa. Please, I said, Connie, please listen to the people. Hear the people, please. Because some of our whānau said we don't want the laundromat, but if you got something else for our people, like a veggie shop, something else, but not this, please. Kia ora koutou katoa.
And I'd just like to just round up. So it's just Pamela Ann again. And I'm pretty certain you fellas all know me. But I'm here to support this kaupapa from a community perspective. So our whānau Ngāti Kōpaki Ngāti Aotearoa, I'm Ngāti Hine as well, and whānau to these fellas. So we had an amazing hui last night, amazing hui, really good hui. We had some people that work for council, some people that don't work for council, community members, all sorts from basically the Moerewa area, and they gave some real amazing feedback on what they want for this with this laundromat. Sadly, it was a resounding no, absolutely no. And the biggest reason why it's a no is because the current plan shows that it's discharging around the building. So I don't know if any of you fellas, our fellas here that are sitting over here, if you would want that grey water discharging in your backyards, but in Moerewa, we say no, we do not want that. We have enough, we don't have any infrastructure around us to support any of that, and it's going straight into our riverways. If it's not going there, it's seeping into our aquifers, which all of you grab into in summer. You guys are down in our water and you're grabbing all our water for your guys' houses. So you don't want that seeping into there also. So we just can't have this in our town. We've asked, we've been on this project for the past 12 months trying to get this some sort of discussion. And these have really been the first discussions. We've had a meeting 3 weeks ago with Connie, but it's the first meeting that she's been willing to engage with us with. And in our eyes, like, we don't want to be biased, but in our eyes, it just seems like, I mean, we could be wrong, but it seems like someone's just coming with a lot of money and that they are able to get it over the line. And the reason why, or foundation on that, is because a lot of our own whānau, our Ngawati whānau, all different whānau have tried to get this laundromat themselves, and they haven't been able to. Yes, they are Māori, and yes, they are from Moerewa, but someone with a lot of money comes in and applies for this. Suddenly, your guys' staff are pumping that through. We're astounded that you fellas are even able to do this, and that there's been no consultation with us, and that you guys are okay to say, well, it's not exceeding 3 cubic metres on her application. But if you actually, your staff actually sat down and done those calculations, you would clearly see that it's 24,000 litres. It is not 3,000 litres. Total different volume here that we're talking, that are going to seep into the houses around us and to our buildings. We own 1/3 of the commercial buildings in Moerewa. Your water is going to seep into us as well and flood our shops, which it already does. So we can't have that anymore. I don't want to be a hostile person coming in, aggressive person. I just really want to state the facts, because these are the facts. And you know it as well as I know. Because my name, my emails that have been going to you have been coming handy to the 10 to the dozen. And I feel aroha for you, because you're in this role, but Nobody's listening. Not one of you are listening. I can't believe it. I'm astounded every single time. I have to send another email out to you guys. And it's like that your ears are like that and you don't want to listen to what we're saying. That's why we had no choice but to form this meeting last night. And we had to, I text Auntie Rosie at 3 o'clock this morning after our hui. And I begged her, Auntie Rosie, can you come and uffy us in this kaupapa? She said, I will be there with Basil. So that's why we brought our queer with us today. And we've got Roddy here supporting us while he's down in Whangarei on another kaupapa, but we've got a pretty good little crew that are pushing as a no to this kaupapa. And it's not that we don't want economic development, it's because we can't sustain that volume of water. And the other thing is, we do not want to be the town that's transporting it to the Hokianga, to Kaikohe, to their disposal sites. We don't want to take that into their areas. We're already taking our septic in there. So we don't want to add 30,000 litres a week, a day to them. I don't know how we're going to even be able to justify that when the new systems aren't even designed to take that volume. So yeah,
Hey,
kia ora koutou.
we've got a question from.
Great, I'd love to.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Just a question about, you coming to speak to us. Do you know that the 3 cubic metre per day rule is in a district council rule? Do you know that that's a regional council rule? Have any of the staff told you this?
We've been in touch with regional council as well, and with the team that deals with any contamination, and they can't do anything until your process triggers them.
Yeah.
So once it goes over the 3, then it will trigger an RMA. We did beg Connie to, because I said, well, if you made it 3.1 cubic metres, it will say you need a resource consent. And then she said to us that she didn't want to fudge the numbers, and I said, oh, Connie, I'm not asking you to fudge it. No, gosh, I'm asking you to tell the truth. It's 24,000 litres. That's all I'm asking it. I don't want anyone to lie. I want everyone to tell the truth. That's all I'm asking. If there's no other questions, we're finished. Yeah. Is there any more questions that anybody wants to ask? Please ask me now while I'm here so I can give you the answer in front of everybody. Because I hate to go away and that you guys are making a decision on our behalf without being informed. Because I know a lot about this. I probably know more than your staff.
To say something.
We can go through you. Thank you for your deputation today. Your voices are heard, and we will be looking into this, in particular the discrepancies in the discharge numbers, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we can ask for. Thank you so much for hearing us. Kia ora koutou.
Tino marama koutou.
Hey, it was a correction. It was going to be 5, but it was apparent that it was Hapu speaking, so they get 15 minutes. Jerry Paul, I'm sorry, you've got 5 minutes. Welcome, the Turner Centre.
Morena kia koutou, ngā mihi Deputy Mayor Stratford, elected members, council staff. I'm the General Manager of the Turner Centre. I'd like to start by saying how delighted we are to see the adoption of the Arts and Culture Strategy by Council. We see ourselves as a key partner in helping deliver this plan. And not only do arts and culture help define our district, our region and our country and give us identity, but they also make up 4.3% of our GDP, nearly the same as agriculture. Councillor McNally, you'll be glad to hear. And it's had twice the growth rate of the average of every other sector at 6%. So well done on your commitment. It's really positive. I'm here to update you about Turner Centre activity after this first quarter of FNDC as owners of the facility. In the 2024 financial year, we had 491 bookings. 360 of them were community bookings, where we gave out $132,000 in discounts, and 131 were commercial, corporate and conferences. Last year was the first time we broke even before depreciation, so that's a real milestone for the Turner Centre. We've just finished the first quarter, as I said, with FNDC as the property owner. We're making great progress around the long-term maintenance plan with council staff. Our KPIs are in place and are tracking well. A couple of examples are to have 6 shows by Rangatahi and Tamariki through the year. We've already programmed or delivered 12. Another, to have 30 pay what you can free or accessible shows to our community. We've already got over 20 programmed or delivered. So I'd like to acknowledge some of our strategic partners with the Bay of Islands Community Board who are helping us deliver a lot of these, funding the Community Kapa Haka program with Ngāti Rei here, and also Kani Katoa. A lot of these events, the ideas that come from the community and the community board are supporting them. After a lot of engagement and submissions to the FNDC around the adoption of the centre, we've come up with a new strategic plan, which we're very proud of. There are 4 key areas in this. The first is our cultural commitment. Examples of this, and we're currently developing an MOU with Ngāti Rei here around our commitment to each other, and we're amending our trust deeds to include mana whenua representation at a governance level. The next area is tangata, our community. This is very much a community-heavy strategic plan with a lot of engagement and around accessibility to culture and arts. The next is our whare and sustainability as an organisation, both operationally for the building itself, environmentally, and of course financially. There's a strong focus on commercial and corporate and maximising the economic potential of the centre. The last is the fun bit, mahi toi, and we've developed a programming strategy which is around showcasing local identity, supporting our community to get on the stage, celebrating the diversity that exists in the far north, around our youth, highlighting environmental issues, as we hear today are so important, and also bringing vibrancy and surprising events to the far north. An example would be the beer festival that we had, Brew of Islands, where we attracted 43% attendance from out of town. Lastly, I'd like to give you a little update on our revitalisation and rejuvenation project, which is a project to revitalise the centre. After all of our community engagement, 2 themes came through very strongly. One, that the Turner Centre could better reflect people and place, and secondly, that it's tired, needs a lot of love, and in some cases isn't fit for purpose or not flexible enough. We got a grant for $165,000 for lotteries. We've worked through a concept design and now have nearly finished developed design. Our business goal is to transform the centre into a versatile and vibrant space that is reflective of our people and place and attracts community, hirers and performers. The new design looks absolutely stunning and I look forward to showing you, and it would be a huge addition to our district and a huge attraction to our district. We're currently developing a funding plan and we're keen for this to be as externally funded as possible. We don't want to be relying on council because we realise your challenges, but we need to do this in partnership. Northland Inc. have supported a business case which has just been completed and shows the amazing potential for growth and economic impact. Some of the challenges we've had so far, we've had our expression of interest to Foundation North declined because we're now owned by local government, which is a real disappointment, but they are reviewing that policy over the next 6 months. So we need your advocacy in that space. But there are opportunities. The Regional Infrastructure Fund is one, but again, we need to approach this in partnership with FNDC as owner of the building, and we need to act fast. Another opportunity is the Lotteries Community Facility Fund, who have funded the initial design. But this all needs to be done in partnership with Far North District Council. So this is more than a 5-minute conversation. We'd love to sit down with you, show you the plans, answer your questions, and discuss how we approach this in partnership. So I'd love to put forward that proposal in the immediate future to sit down and look how we navigate, find this funding, and bring all this vibrancy to our region. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Kia ora, Jerry. Yeah, it would be good if elected members had an opportunity to come across and see what you're talking about in regards to the revitalisation plan. So I'll leave that with Guy.
Any questions, sorry?
No, we've gone time. So. Our next deputation, welcome. I think that Ray Woolley has managed to get somebody else to do his speaking for him. And there's the water there, if you need to take a breath. Bring yourself a glass of water. This is your first time speaking to council, totally understand. Yes, but we don't bite.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Jenny Howard. I'm Ray Waller's next door neighbour. Ray is the initiator of this petition, but due to health issues, he felt unable to stand up and speak to them today. I offered to do this presentation on his behalf. First, Ray would like to thank Kelly Stratford for her responsiveness to his emails. Thank you all for allowing us time to present our petition regarding the excessive road noise generated from the rough seal on the eastern end of Waikato Road. Ray is confident that if he had continued knocking on doors, we would have exceeded 100 signatures. He settled on 40 names as a sample of how rate-paying residents feel. Further along the road by the sports ground, the smooth seal is vastly superior and projects little or no noise. Great decision and doubtless much appreciated by those living nearby. After the eastern section of Waikato Road was last sealed with coarse chip, the noise rose to a level where it's uncomfortable to sit outside or work in the garden. We hope that the recently lowered speeds will alleviate this concern. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. Even double glazing and heavy shrub plantings is not removed to reduce this irritating noise. This short section of road is a residential area with a high volume of through traffic. And as such, we feel the road surface should be quieter to enable residents and the large number of walkers who use the footpath along here to enjoy their homes and their leisure activities. Furthermore, residents are aware of plans for the new subdivision on Hero Road. Assuming this will result in a significant increase in traffic, this development will further escalate the noise factor. For the situation to be corrected, we are asking for Council's commitment to lay a new smooth seal. In line with the Whānau District Council's mission statement of creating great places, supporting our people, we believe excessive noise in our residential area should be addressed. I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to present this petition today. We look forward to receiving a positive response from councillors. Ngā mihi.
I'm just coming to officially receive your petition. And I think it goes in the paper for staff to respond to. And we, okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Any questions? Thank you. All right. Our next deputation is Dallas.
No, please.
Morena,
Morena.
representing Ngāti Kaharo and Ngāti Hau Hapu.
Aye.
Next to the
Just get over here.
Just mindful you are speaking to something that's in PX, so you know where to keep your kōrero. Awesome.
Yeah, I did notice that, because otherwise I would have been through that report. I said, I have to withhold myself from asking. Tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou katoa. A mai te whiti mō te rā ki tēnei whaora, rongo au te kōrero aku tu. Whakaiti. Tēnei te paparahi o ka kōrero i rā. Ako Dallas King Kuinga, rautu kai kōrero o Ngāti Kaharo me Ngāti Hau Hapu ki Hokianga. O te rāhi i tēnei o kuia wai, o Māori, o Rangiheke tini, o Hauraki, o Hiruini te Tupori. O reira tēnā rā tātou katoa. My name is Dallas King. I am the kai kōrero for Ngāti Kaharo and Ngāti Hau Hapu ki Hokianga. And I am the convener for Te Mauri o Te Wai, which is a group that is made up of Hapu and community representatives for the primary interest in our wai. There are a couple of things on my deputation that I wish to speak to. I'm going to just say right from the outset that in between asking for a deputation to speak, I have since received an email from a staff member at council with regard to the reserves and Rawanis. In the interest of a great working relationship continuing, I'd like to just explain that I'll hold off on speaking to that until we've had the opportunity to have that meeting. So I won't speak to that today. The other thing, there are two other things. One is the purchase of land in Rawani. And the other thing that I have asked to speak very briefly about is the changes that we have all watched take place from central governments at the directive of central government with relation to Māori ward councillors and representation. There was a lot of representation from great people at the last meeting. It didn't seem necessary for there to be more of us saying probably the same thing for similar reasons. But it did occur to me that there was a lot of expression of what we wanted you to decide, but I'm not sure, I haven't seen, I know there was a request for yourself, Mr. Holroyd, to provide some advice to council on what their options were moving forward. And funnily enough, it's not a new game to us as hapu kind of thing. You look back, you can see trends, cycles, patterns of these kinds of decisions being made, so this is not new. So as a hapu kai kōrero, I would like to ask this council to work collectively with Ngā Hapu o Te Hiko o Tika to draft and promote the introduction of a local bill. The bill should seek to change and or limit the effect of the general law and its application to Te Hiko o Tika. As you know, a local bill has to be promoted by a local authority. The local member of parliament is often the member in charge of that bill, but they don't need to support it. But that's basically it. I would like to invite the council to consider whether or not it is prepared to work in partnership with Ngā Hapu o Te Hiko o Te Ika to draft and submit a local bill seeking to limit and or change the authority and the effect of that law in our district. I think that we've got good reason. I think that the submissions that were submitted to the Select Council provide the plethora of opportunities for us to pursue that, and at the very least, I think it's a discussion that deserves to be had, a point that should be at least made, particularly in light of recent media coverage in and around what's being considered and discussed in Wellington, for instance. At what point does the interference in local government get balanced and checked? And I think it's part of the way that hapu can tautoko. But we need your partnership in this. So this is what I'm here to ask today for me. Okay. I'll move on to the main event. For us, in Ngāti Kahara o Ngāti Hau Hapu ki Hukianga, we have long witnessed the denigration of our sacred sites. There are times when we meet with council staff over many years and you almost see it's almost difficult for them to stop the roll of their eyes when you say the word wāhi tapu. Gratefully, that has improved. And I say gratefully because actually it never stops us from pursuing what we know we must pursue, but it just tells us there'll be 100 extra steps before we get to the point where we can talk about the actual problem. Where the Rawani Wastewater Treatment Plant is a place that has always been known to us as Te Raupo. I'm grateful Penny Taui is here today. Hang on, I forgot a book. Let me go. I brought in a thing. Here it is. Okay, so I'm not one usually to rely on the very inaccurate diaries of Pākehā from this period of time. But just for entertainment's sake, we're going to have a tiny little look in John Webster's Māori Journal from 1847. If you read this, you will read the account of a man who was moving around a place that is in its entirety under the authority of Ngāti Kaharo and Ngāti Hau. Every skirt of land is under the authority of our people there. People came, chiefs from all over Moitara. No one wants to have an argument with Moitara. And Penetawi. Penetawi, you'll be pleased to know that your namesake came on Monday the 22nd of February in 1847 to Te Raupo. Stayed for several weeks, ate a lot of kai, bought a lot of kai, talked about strategy, and Penetawi's namesake's advice was to whawhai. Let's fight them. Let's not let those Pākehā buy this land. I can see what they're doing. So I just wanted to bring that up. It's a bit cute. I'm just going to pop this over here for you so you can have a tiny look and we'll check for those stuff. And there's another one over there. Why am I bringing this? Because Te Raupo was a place that we made decisions. My tupuna made decisions there. Papahuri here in his time was the tohunga of the wāhi wānanga that was named Te Raupo. It was named Te Raupo because raupo grew everywhere, and the whare that he erected and the village and the houses that he built there were made of raupo. Te Raupo wasn't just, you have to imagine your house. You imagine going into your house and someone coming to you and saying, we are going to pop a tiny wastewater situation in your kitchen. Because that's what happens. I have had staff from this council in past years say to me, the house was over there, not over there. But you have to remember, this is before New World. This is before sort of infrastructure like this. In an era where, in order to support and sustain significant gatherings of, according to this diary alone, gatherings of up to 3,000 people that would last for months, they needed to be situated in a place and have sufficient mana to be able to feed those people. And the main food basket for that was the moana, ngahere, and pāramu. Pāramu was right alongside it, a great big mudflat where any child could go and gather fish, karahu, any number of things. So no, I'm not taking you on a big history lesson, but I want to skip right to the chase. Papahuri here and his wānanga were a significant place. It would be like putting our wastewater treatment plant here, right here, where all your decisions are made. If I could pick the most offensive place to denigrate, according to the Far North District Council, this would be it. So imagine knowing all these other places around that the Far North District Council has, but choosing to put the most despicable thing here. Because you might be forgiven for thinking, oh, well, it's infrastructure, you know, it's wastewater treatment. Actually, that place has suffered all types of denigration. There were 3 key types of infrastructure that were put there. An abattoir, a killing place, a dump, place for people's waste, and a wastewater treatment plant. And if that's not enough, just across at the base of Tāhere's Pā, they then decided to make an urupa. So all of these things, sort of the tail end of the worst kinds of things you'd want in your significant place for making decisions were put there, and there's one thing left on the list to get rid of. And here I am today to say today is your day. Yay you! You get to do something to right a wrong. And it's within your budget. And the budget's within your plan. And it's something you're going to need to do because very soon you're going to have to get consent for that. And we all know that we're maturing in and around wastewater treatment in Aotearoa. You think 30 years ago about what we used to do with our rubbish. You think 30 years ago how we used to speak on the phone on a party line, a short, long, a long, short. And Hokianga, we've come a long way, but not with wastewater. Not with wastewater. So here I am today to say to you 2 main things. One, we have suffered, but we have not diminished. We have suffered, but we have not diminished. We are still here. We still know its stories. We still know when every fish species migrates in and out of there. But today, I'm here to say to you, you have an opportunity later on in this meeting to consider a report that will ask you whether or not it is the right thing to purchase a small property opposite Te Raupo, up above sea level, positive, very affordable, positive, in the budget, positive, not on the wāhi tapu, quite positive. Quite a biggie, I think. More importantly, it sits alongside a funded project under the federal funded program, which will see the installation of new, and I believe it's going to be industry-changing technology.
It has been fought tooth and nail, this technology. But it's going in. And we are grateful because there are two things for us as hapu. One, it should never have been on Te Raupo. It was an intentional and purposeful move by the local authorities at the time to denigrate a place that held the most authority for many hapu. We're not talking a little tiny club. We're talking chiefs from all around that came. Iwi, we've got records of Tainui Waka, Waikato Tainui, their wānanga from Kāwhia coming to Te Raupo to hui to wānanga with us. Tūhoi, their wānanga from Te Uriwera coming to wānanga with us and us going to them. This was the place that we held our kōrero and we made our decisions. So yes, I am here to say to you a tiny history lesson, but mainly I'm here to say to you, please, we want you to approve the purchase of that land because it is a step towards relocating and we've figured out the nuts and the bolts of that. We're doing everything. And if you're not sure whether or not we're invested, every 2 weeks we leave. Every 2 weeks we leave. No one on our group gets paid. We just had our AGM and it was a little bit funny. We got a little bit mocked because the finances for Te Mauri o Te Wai and that whole situation was $1.62 for the whole financial year. It seemed a little bit humorous, but man, we are working and you're getting us for free because we want it out of our way. So I just want to say we're grateful for the partnership that has come out of this federal funded project. We're also grateful for the transitions that have been enabled us to get into the work of the matter instead of battling the precedents of the matter. We're grateful. We've been here before. It's the last thing I want to say. We've been here before. There's been land with a plan and ticked all of council's boxes and it got here and fell over. So that's why we're here today. We didn't want to just trust the process. Got here and it fell over. Sometimes it didn't even get here because we had other people in positions that had their own agenda. I'm just going to be honest. They just didn't like the idea of that. And they said it as plainly as that. So here I am today. Please support the purchase of that property. Please support us to remove that off Te Raupo. And then let's have a choice talk about how we can start decommissioning part of that plant. And then that whenua can come back to hapu because it should come back to hapu. It was taken wrongfully. We proved that through the Waitangi tribunal hearings. If anyone wants to see the briefs of evidence, to see the hardcore evidence that we pulled up to prove that that was ours, was always ours, it was wrongfully taken, we can show you that. And that's kind of it, really. So I'm going to open up for questions and then I'd like to wrap up with a karakia at the end, which came out of Te Whare Wānanga o Hokianga at Te Raupo.
Colleagues, any questions? Waiwhata?
Ai, tēnā koe, Dallas. Awa. The Maudawahi Te Raupo. When say the council agrees with the purchase of that whenua,
yeah,
and how will that change anything for Te Raupo?
Good question. Well, currently, if that site is purchased, then that will give us an alternative location for us to move the wastewater treatment plant to there. The new technology that we have supported the design of, that's how I'll try and say it correctly, means that you don't need such a big footprint. There's still the matter of discharge, and that'll be the next point that we'll have to discuss. But we believe that there is a solution that's coming up for that too. Even as it is, you could still fit what's there. We had to go with the status quo. So the main point is it provides an alternative location. It's close, means that there's not a massive disruption to the existing reticulation of wastewater through the township. It's not far.
It's also above sea level. So how does it help? It means that there's an alternative location. Every time that we have discussed our issues with Te Raupo, the main block to that conversation from councillors were, but where could we put it? Well, that takes that argument off the table. Now we've got somewhere to put it. And it's in an appropriate place. It's within striking distance. It's affordable.
So my other question, aroha mai, is mehe mea pērana ki Te Raupo in Rawene. What about the other, you only coming for Te Raupo, or are you talking about other sites in your Te Māori or Te Wai?
We are actually today. It was a bit unfortunate that this meeting's today because today is also the meeting for Te Ihutai and Kohukohu. They're meeting there at the moment with staff from council with regard to the Kohukohu wastewater treatment plant, and I'm a part of that group. They invited me to come and be a part of that group so that we could share learnings from one to the other. Also, Ngāti Koroporo has good relationships as hapu and Hokianga. So Te Māori o Te Wai is working hard to support the aspirations of the hapu in these areas. And so that at the moment looks like they're in a different position on that journey to us. So the new resource consents that were granted there, although one's going through an appeal process, means that they are in a slightly different position, but they are very interested. We made a decision when we pursued this. There were 17 wastewater treatment plants that had ponds attached to them at the time when we first started. We looked at them all, and the instinct was to go and help the one that was doing the worst, which at the time was Ahipara. And then we thought, no, if we do Ahipara first, if we go and put all our attention there, then every time we get that one sorted, we go the next step up and it'll be a battle again and a battle again. But which one is doing technically the best according to the really just shameful system of assessment? Like it was not good. None of them are good. But Rawene was doing the best. So we thought, oh, well, if we topple the best one out of the lot, then the rest will come like dominoes after. That was the theory. We don't know if that's going to work for her, but that's the theory. So we're hoping that Rawene will set a precedent that will create a slipstream that the other wastewater treatment plants, particularly those which discharge into the Hokianga Harbour, can then follow, including the introduction of new and more affordable technologies to reduce the rating burden that the other wastewater treatment plant redesign models could present. Councillor Christopher.
I just wanted to acknowledge your korero tēnā koe te tuahine Dallas. Ki ka hare au I mōhio he kui kei te ihutai te rangi nei, pēnei mōhio au ko hare au ki reira. Taku māma no te ihutai. My other question, can I please borrow the book?
You can take that book.
Thanks, Dennis.
Questions? Hei whakapapuna. Tēnei karakia noa, pera hama tāonui hei raupuro o papahuri hia o te raupo. Papa rangi e papa. Ka moe tatau a tamaka whakaro. E roti te tāwhito o ranga takarongo nui rā tōnua e. Ka pokorangi ki te ahurangi, rangi nui, rangi roa, rangi whekere, rangi whātina. Tēnei rangi mataura tūwana ki roto o Hokianga. O te mai ki te pio tai whakarua, tēnā whahoranga tai katau. Tēnā tātou.
O te hiti te marae, tau nawai te awa, tapi ki tu te tapu, Hokianga te moaina, puke huia, puke haua, nā maunga tupuna, anei la ko nā hapu, Ngāti ka haro, Ngāti haue.
Can I just add, I was listening to the Waitangi Tribunal claims on Radio Toko when Dallas was presenting this take, and I can recall Rangi Walker, Professor Rangi Walker at the time was so taken back, he actually had to take time out because he just couldn't believe the poor relationship that existed between the council and the local hapu. And he was so affected by her presentation, he didn't know actually how he had to actually have a break time out there because he was just, I just can recall that on listening to that.
Behind you, our head of infrastructure stood in partnership with our hapu. That wouldn't have happened, you know, going back to when you heard, I mean,
Yeah,
we've come a long way.
We have come a long way and we appreciate the partnership, and it's a different perspective to be here today than what we have in the past. That's not to say that we haven't had some support from council in the past, but there have been key levers and key places that absolutely just didn't have an appetite for those kinds of ideas, including an infrastructure industry.
Yeah, kia ora, Dallas.
I'm here.
Move on. Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay, we've got Joseph Arnold, Mounsell and Pati Ramika for Te Pātukarea Hapuroku. Item I. Oh, sorry, Rio Greening. Didn't make it onto my list. And we are item one. You got first.
Bit of history lesson again.
And Aisha is going to let us know when there's 1 minute left of the 15. Okay. Okay.
Te mea tuatai e mihi kawana, e mihi kawana i ngā tini mate. Nā mate o te tau, nā mate o te māru. Nā mate o ngā wiki, nā mate o ngā rāta e nei. Tai noa ki tēnei hau, ahi anō te kōrero haere. Haere rā e runga i te moho, e kore rawa tautau, e wareware tia i a mātou nā wāhutanga. Hoki mai ki a tātou nā kanui ora, a mōre ru o rā tamu mā tīnā koutou. Mā te kauna hira o te huku o te ika, e tīnā nā mingi te aka. Tō e te whaia hura, tīnā pui. Tali, vai, e, pini, But I guess I just want to, perhaps this is a good news stories for the council on behalf of the Tui Pā. Roku, which is Roku 8 Hapu. Working quietly on this kaupapa for the Waipapa Kirikiri space. So first of all, just to acknowledge Jay, who's been brave enough, I would say, to see us and help us through this process, which has actually been going for since 2022. Not sure how much you fellas know about it, but it's quite a big deal, and I'm sure you've got it on your radar. And I think just from a Hapu perspective, this is our kind of first attempt to work cooperatively, I think it's a word, collaboratively, as a collective. We have enjoyed the fact that we've been left to our own devices at time because we've had to sort out our own things in a tikana way. And just to acknowledge that it's been a long journey for us to get where we are at today. And obviously today, and I haven't forgotten Roger. But I did want to quickly also acknowledge our kairahi Celia Watihira, Ngāi Te Wake. He's been our, I guess, opposing this driving our kaupapa, doing a lot of our facilitation and keeping us on track. As it all could. I'm not going to go too much into the detail of the report for you. I think today it is fairly straightforward in terms of the recommendation that's been put forward from Jay. Hapu Rōpū we support it. We're going out now to the next step of public engagement. There is a lot of information on this spatial planning that's been put together from the council staff. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, but from our perspective, we're pretty happy with it. We have done a CIA, and we've also now done an addition to that addendum to that CIA, which to look at the option, which we've got an extra option that's come on the table, option S, which we're looking at next week, but we're looking at the strength or the benefits and the weaknesses of each of those. From a Hapu's perspective, you'll see in our addendum more relevant kind of values, I guess, that we've taken into account. None of those will surprise you from a Hapu's perspective as to what are the things that we think are important. We've heard some of that already from earlier presentation. I'll put it very much in line with those same values. I think that's a wrap.
Finished?
No, next.
Party's finished. Joe's next, okay? Right.
Kia ora, ko te sabu tako ingoa, Hapu representative for Ngāti Naira. Also, I'm a registered Gazette kaitiaki who protects our waterways in many ways. I like to just say that when we walked in this chamber 3 years ago, standing in front of the council and deciding whether or not Hapu Collective should sit engage with the council table, was certainly an eye-opener. I take my hat off to you for letting us engage. It's really important. We're very passionate about our community, so also making sure that our community wants to work with us as well. We all have the same benefits. Growth is coming to our community, the developments, you've got the orcharders, you've got the farmers, you've got landowners who are all selling up now and making subdivisions, if not selling to our council. So we need to make sure that the scenarios that we put in place is a 30-year project. We totally support it because we need to put these things in place for our future to protect our whenua and our waterways in regards to this. And I hope that everyone looks at it, that we as a Hapu Collective here let us engage with all our community because we're all on the same page here. Everyone just doesn't realise it. We are all on the same page protecting everything out in our community. So I just say thank you for having us at your council, and thank you Jay and Roger for what you're putting up with us. I mean, it's not easy working with a Hapu Collective. You know, we've all got our different ideas and everything, but I have to say to our Hapu Collective, we have come together and we have worked hard with Jay and them, and we just hope that you support one of those scenarios because these developments are definitely coming to our community and we need to make sure we've got things in place for the contractors and everything that needs to protect our whenua and our waterways, and especially our wastewaters and our stormwaters and everything like that. So our scenarios are important, that we make the right decisions for our future and our community. Kia ora.
Kia ora. My name is Alan Monson Kaupapa. I'm another Hapu representative on Te Pātuku there. First time I've been involved with the partnership with council. I'm involved in 4 other partnerships. So good to have one with the council and being acknowledged, and thanks for that. Our Hapu Rōpū, like Jay said, a number of us, there's nine Hapu involved in the area. and it's a difficult job, but I'd like to think we have our own hapu huis. Paulie and Roger came and attended one of our hapu hui because it was a good idea because he's the main man of this project, and it's better for him to come to answer our hapu questions than us. So that was positive from the beginning, and ngā mihi he koutou. Kini tau I am of the sister.
Very much.
But our main thing is our cultural and environmental effects of the different scenarios. We had a look at pros and cons. The other thing is there's an overlay of wet areas in those maps, in those 6 different scenarios. And there's a red area, which is our 2 areas of no-go for waterways, our significant areas of cultural significance, and Wahitapu. And we took those into consideration when looking at the different scenarios. And like Jay said, the wet areas we'd like to stay away from due to climate change and flooding. And 100-year flood seems to be pretty common these days. And so the drier the area, the more positive we'll be looking at it and keep away from the waterways. It's our main objective for their cultural particular areas.
Rio.
Hopefully I haven't run out of time. And if I have, I'll carry on. I won't say that because he's late. I was going to help myself to some lollies, but I better not. I'm getting really high. Yeah, anyway, my name's Rio. We've been in part of the Hoku was I think we did. It's not the work. I've got away to Taniwha, Ngāti Henera, sort of, you know, of the new year. He's our oldest member, and he's our player of the inlet. But I was listening to Dallas earlier about Te Raupo. Te Raupo was, in history, was the first tax, was the Raupo tax. And Onioni was over there. They got pushed out because of their legislation. And Raupo is to build your whare, you can make sure you're warm, and they burn fires. So that was the Raupo tax, and they moved downtown. So there's a little bit of history around that. That's the RSA, and then Glen Spies, there's a spring over there, that's where they are from. That's the cemetery right over here. Just to know that Raupo tax pushed our people out of our communities and where we lived. And it was all around fires. But that was to keep ourselves warm. Tax. I like the history. Yeah. Anyway, we've all been thanked before, but I'll thank you again. Aslan, thank you for educating us on around how to design these models of options. We've got a preferred option. I can't tell you because that's up to the public to decide. But getting back to the wetlands and the areas. So yeah, some of that area in Waipapa is our Pataka. We didn't live there. We used the resources, the rivers, the flags, the local, the timber. We lived on the higher grounds in Kirikiri, which is to power and to grow your own food. So yeah, from there, a little bit of history. It took us 2 years to fresh it out. What is the advantages and disadvantages for our community, and what would it look like in 30 years' time, and who would be a part of it? Would it be you, me, or children's children? So this week, personally, I was over in Waipapa, in between Bunnings and the school, and I've got a friend who's got a private business and lives there, and he has an issue with flooding. Why? Because they built a sports arena, and they were supposed to do the work there. And he said they still didn't get it right. He's been there for 22 years. And I said, so what have you done? And he's put his artificial buffers up. who feeds the whānau there, and doesn't eat them, they put on it. So those are his health indicators. But I've looked at some of the resource consents just recently in regards to what's happening in Waipapa, the township, and how does it affect his area of private and business. And he's only one person of an effect or benefit. He said, I'd rather throw it on the other side because there's no issues there. I said, oh yeah, I agree with that. It's only one person's community. So you need to talk to your neighbours and friends. And when this comes out, and being endorsed and supported by our local, yeah, so what would it look like? And I said it the last time we were here, that you've appointed us to work with your team, which has been after hours and late at night, and a lot of research to decide is it the best plan and options that we can do today. The infrastructure, the environmental. I forgot to tell you, our Ropu here is part of the customer question of MPI once a month. We also work with the Matawi and Otuere project, and with the central government on what it would look like for future development. We had one in our backyard, it failed because the community was disappointed on the environmental effects, which was Te Rua Kahone, which is back at Ahawai. That was a $67 million project. We had to work with those people from central government and the team of Taipei Water Trust. And we're also part of wastewater treatment plant in Waitangi, and we worked with Koaka Tōtai around the easement and the use of that space. And we said no. We've got 1,000 other people that work with the Zen on what it will look like in the future. So it's nothing new to us on what's happening, but that is the best plan today. The price in the budget, that's today's price. What's it going to be in 5 or 10 years' time? We don't know. That's some of our participation in our area. After this, we'll be going to a claims suit with our lawyers, find out what's the value in our rights and interest of claims, if any. And to cut it short, yes, our people do need this today. And without it, they're all going to leave. They're going to leave to go overseas. Philip.
Hilda Rio. Hilda would like to ask a question.
Kia ora koutou, ngā kai kōrero, nā mihi, tai mai I wangiri a tātou te rānei, whakapātai. So if there is to be genuine engagement, I'd really be interested in knowing what is your preferred scenario. It's not that yours gets diminished because the public said something else, but it would be really good for us to know what is your preferred scenario. And that would be part of the stuff that's balanced at the end.
Yeah, we did write the advantages and disadvantages in a report, and the scenario we've chosen is in that.
It's not A. Not to say that.
Yeah.
So option A is just the status quo. Things cannot stay the same.
So the paper is just go out for consultation. There's probably an opportunity for their recommendation to go at a later time, Jane? Yeah. So when it comes time to adopt, we'll know what their preference is closer after consultation.
And the other part was, in 30 years, when there's lots of growth because kitty status is going to change, how will you judge success for your hapu in terms of, I don't know how you're going to judge it. Is it going to be by the waterways that you own, you still are in your own homes? Or, I'm just here part of the way.
So we haven't really kind of talked about that part, but I guess we're just learning to work with each other at the moment. We have all have our Ngāti here, we always say that we're ahika, we're kiri wata.
However,
we've got our whanaunga that we all have interest, shared interest in there.
We do have whānau that live in the Hokianga, but they work in Kirikiri, and they have businesses in Auckland, and their children and their families are in Kirikiri, and their houses are rented out for B&B in Hokianga. That's what it's good for, B&B. So it doesn't damage the environment.
And a few other things besides Airbnb, but also Airbnb.
Right, everybody, I'm really sorry to cut this all short. We can continue it at a te kuaka perhaps. Thank you so much to our manuhiri that have come today to do the invitations, but I'm going to have to move us along now, Hui. Have an awesome day. Moving to our agenda items, and an update on PX item 8.2. The Kaikoura wastewater discharge to land paper has been pulled and will be discussed at a workshop before coming to a future council meeting for a decision. And so from there, I'm on to item 5.0.
Sorry, Kelly.
Sorry, Fitzy, yes?
Am I allowed 30 seconds? I just wanted to comment on 6.4, which is not related to part. Yeah.
If you hang around, we're going to have a break.
Can you have a break?
Yeah, and you can talk to members then.
Okay.
Because you haven't asked to speak, but I can't allow it, sorry. Okay.
I hang around.
Item 5, I've created item 5 that council appoints Steve McNally as interim chairperson for today's meeting only in the case that I need to step out of the room. I have corrected bladder, too much information. Thank you. Yeah. All those in favour? Thank you. On that note, Steve, get over here.
Steve, look at you, Steve.
Get over here, I can stay chair from there. So next
You've got the minutes.
This should make some people nervous. I'll move that one. I move that, Steve, keep it going.
Confirmation of the previous minutes?
Yes, I'll move.
John, second.
Yes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Any items arising?
No, you're in peace.
Be a minute to have a quick look. Jim notes? Yes. Mr. Chair. Yeah, just some grammatical errors. Page 9, niwa. Page 10, na pale tokero. I don't want to go through the whole thing. It's not my job to be a linguistic expert, but people should know their jobs. We have had a te reo in tikanga policy since September last year. Bye-bye. All those in favour? Any other members? If not, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Hang on.
When you say spelling for niwa, is it without the tohu?
There's no tōpito there. There's no tōpito on nā whanga tai o tokero. Page 13, there's no tōpito on maramataka. That's a different marama. Yeah, I don't want to have to go through this whole thing and correct all the spelling. I mean, does anyone go through and check the English spelling? Bye-bye. Make sure that te reo spelling's on.
The American spell check.
Next item, we're going to 7.3, community board minutes. Anyone remember on a seconder? Receive.
Page
7.9.
Yeah.
Wait a bit, 448.
Yes.
Very bottom.
Down in the
Thank you. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, we'll just ask. Any amendments required? Anybody?
Community board chair should speak.
Opportunity for you to speak. Who wants to go first? Adele?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our minutes reflect on the public forums around the drainage corridors of the Ocean King, and she talked about some resolution is around drainage as well. So the funding applications were the allocations to different, people asking for funding. So there's a fishing contest coming up in January in Doubtful Valley. So that come early to our board, which was great. And we also funded several other security care monitoring.
Sorry, Dale, looks like somebody's just.
Do we turn off the other mic?
Yep, it's done. Cool. Carry on.
Thank you. And the sanitarium Netflix Kids for Try Challenge for our ward in time, which was great. And no other issues apart from the drainage at the moment. So, and I would just like to say thank you very much for moving the contractors who are going to do up a piece of car park or road piece behind Tiahu around the dump station area. They moved it out to a week later, so I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just take the minutes as read, but a big shout out to Young Trinity Lane, who is doing our road naming policies, reports, sorry. It's really ironed out our lengthy core around Māori and English names, and we're getting a lot more buy-in from communities, because we are actually engaging effectively, which is nice, with local hapu over our road naming, and people are interested in picking up the history and the stories around the land and the areas that they're naming. I went to the Paengaora opening for the new housing development, and really pleased to see that those 2 roads in development have been named. So maybe a shout out to Trinity and Ross's great. There was a high profile news article this week, some of you may have read. There's been a 5-year court case down the island over residents objecting to Māori names for their road names, and they actually won. And on reading the article, I think there were some lessons to be learned from that we should be encouraging people to actually put in a list of up to 10 names of limbs. They don't have to actually just pick 1 or 2 names, because it might be that there are reasons why, hapu and iwi and the board don't favour those names. So I just think that was a lesson to be learned from that you don't just have to put in a couple of names or 1, 2 or 3 preferences. You can put in 10. So that may have not got to that situation had they put in some Māori place names or words that were not so long-winded or not so difficult to pronounce. So maybe it's really.
Thank you for that. Jackie? Yes. Thank you very much for that. All those in favour of accepting those minutes from the community court? Okay, carried. Right, we're going to adjourn for a 10-minute break. Please have your cup of tea and are you ready to have the whip cracked when you come back? Adjourn. Thank you. doing the, do I have a quorum?
Yeah.
I have a quorum, I'm ready to go. Just waiting for Carly to count us down. Thank you very much, everybody. Just a bit of a juggle with the agenda. Te Pā Tukurea Kiriti Waipapa Spatial Plan on page 68 is where we're heading now. And the resolution is that Council approves the public engagement to be carried out on the growth scenarios for Te Pā Tukurea Kiriti Waipapa Spatial Plan in November 2024 as set out in this report. Can I have a mover? Waikato and Councillor Rakita, Ngāmihi. Whaihira, do you want to speak to this item?
Can somebody else speak first?
Okay, she's given.
Oh, no, Tautoko.
Oh, yeah, Tautoko. Councillor Rakita.
I just think it's a very extensive report and well done to Roger and the team, their engagement with Hapu. And we had a sign off earlier on this year with Matakipe and Whainora Rameka. It's actually beautiful to see all of this come back to the table. Was the chunk of my reading last night after I put the kids to sleep. And I'll admit that I didn't finish the whole thing. It's quite extensive. There's a lot of detail to it, but I think from a Hapu perspective and from our staff perspective, I understand that the engagement is been quite fulfilling. Yeah. Not too much to say on there, but thank you very much to our staff and to our Hapu representatives for attending this week today and for allowing that engagement to happen. I think back to a lot of the generational trauma that we've gone through, and to be able to create a space like this, a safe zone, we all communicate effectively to see the fruition of such a beautiful kaupapa as an achievement in itself. But thank you very much.
Any other elected members? Oh, Councillor McNally.
Yeah, just there's a big chunk of information in this report with the we've seen it before. The staff have documented a lot of stuff, a lot of reading. We need the feedback from the community, please.
Thank you for that, Councillor McNally. And I think Councillor Foy, you had your hand up. Just a reminder, we're on page number 68.
I just had a question, for I guess the Hapu, if they made a submission to the district plan and they're part of that process. The current.
Yeah, the option is there, up to the individual to make submissions.
So the submissions were done 2 years ago.
Yep.
And just to make Hapu aware that we're not in control of the Environment Court.
Yep.
And things that might happen through that planning process after it goes through our council. So this 30-year plan that has been done, there may be some things that the private sector decide to do that council may not necessarily be able to control through those processes. So it's great that you're here today. Thank you. And thank you to the staff for bringing this to us. We had our Waipapa structure plan. I think Councillor McNally and Councillor Courtney have been part of those processes way back in the day. And I'm glad that it's spatial though. So what I'd like to see though is how this will impact in terms of our infrastructure and how we're to pay for that and implement particularly sewerage for Waipapa and allowing for growth with that infrastructure to go from paperwork to pipes in the ground down here. So sometime around lines around that we appreciate it will come in.
Thanks for that, Councillor Foy. I've got Member Ward next.
Yeah, just to acknowledge that the Hapu Collective and the work that we have done. And I would love to know, the detail around your preferred option. I haven't read this in full, and I welcome also Roger's 26-page condensed version for the Joe blog in public who can't digest it. It's just a big beast of a document. And I know you haven't probably fully had a hui over it, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so your preferred option might change, but just really want to offer an olive branch to you to come and once we get into the engagement publicly, to come and address the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board so my members all understand in brief the angle that you're coming from. So we can answer questions within the community.
Sure.
Thank you. I've got Councillor G-Such next.
Yeah, just very quickly. It was raised, I think, Roger, just his question. So after it goes out for consultation, and I'll encourage the hapu and feedback in. Following that, as I really support this, I want to see structure plans in place so that we can better target and afford the supporting infrastructure as time goes on. And in terms of controlling areas where businesses can do, there's red areas already identified in here. And I think that's the question I have for you is out of here, and after the consultation, and after we sit around the table, are we going to then put in place and make policies that can give effect to this that will probably restrict growth in areas that we don't want to, like the side rivers, and encourage growth in other areas. Otherwise, we could potentially be compromised. Developers doing things contrary to where we want to go.
So, Chair, this is taking the scenarios out, ADF. What comes back from that, we'll take the submissions and feedback we get from that, and then we'll put forward a draft spatial plan, which will have a preferred option that we'll put forward, and then the council will adopt that. The adoption of that and the implementation of that is going to be through LTPs, infrastructure strategies, and district plans. So the rules won't play there through those mechanisms. That's how we give effect to spatial plan. So with the PDP at the moment, what we're trying to do is trying to line up the PDP process with the spatial planning process, so we can give effect to what's actually going to end up in the spatial plan in the PDP when it gets makes its way through the environmental. Just to be straight with it. Thank you.
Sorry, before you speak, anybody else? Because Whaihilda is our closing speaker. Oh, okay, go Whaihilda.
Kia ora koutou anō, taku wero kia koutou ngā hapu. He pai e tēnei momo mea te kōrero tahi, but primarily this is about how do you accommodate the growth of everybody else in your area. And I want to know, when you go back and deliberate, that I want, when you have the ability, when the council has the ability to pull 8 hapu together to be involved, what do they get? Other than having a lovely little sit down and have a kōrero, I'm talking about, is there a road going out to Tākau Bay? As part of that honouring that relationship. Are there housing, if they're going to be doing housing in Kirikiri, are a number of those houses set aside for tangata whenua? How do we ensure that after having all these 8 hapu engaged, that they actually get some benefit out of it and not get crowded out, I suppose, what you were talking about? That's all in our hair. We're kia koutou. Don't get swallowed up in this, we're all talking about, you guys, Kirikiri going to another level of urban development. And so what does that mean for you, and how do you maintain your, I don't want to tell you to do what you already do, but just to make sure that you don't get swallowed up and being great for everybody else, but actually nothing good came out of for your particular hapu.
I'm going to put the resolution to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Against? No. Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thanks to all the staff. Come by. Okay. Item 6.1, page 25. The resolution is that council will approve the proposed temporary road closure to accommodate the safe operations of the International Rally of Whangarei. I'm going to move that resolution. Do I have a seconder?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Kliskovich. I am just finding my notes. And I am happy to support the resolution. I've spoken to a number of people that have the privilege of seeing the rally go past their property in our district, and they like it, although we do have some issues with it. So I am in support at this stage. Councillor Kliskovich.
When I first came to council, this was actually one of the items that was on the agenda, and that was post-COVID. And that was a time when we desperately needed to attract more people to the north, that would spend more money in any kind of activity that was here, not promoting sports or racing cars, exploits, anything like that. It was a positive development for the north. That's why I supported it.
I have a speakers. Yep, Councillor Research.
Yeah, one question. I support it. I see that the Rally New Zealand does show what they're going to be doing. The grader, I take it, because just the public may be concerned about what damage to the road may or may not be done. These guys are really riders and they drive on the road beforehand. And we're going to grade after. Is that correct? And the cost of that has been covered in our normal operation schedule. In other words, council cover the cost, or is it contribution from interest from New Zealand?
I'm looking at CE by Holwood and including.
I actually don't know the answer to that or the details, but I'm going to ask our head of infrastructure, Tanya Brock, to comment.
Yeah.
So,
I think we were all looking at each other through you. Sorry, the question is, will we grade the road following the rally, and has that been taken into account?
But he also said we don't want any of this grading just before it happens, and that's council's speed.
No, the report says you will grade it afterwards. And it won't be done beforehand because these drivers prefer the exciting road. But I'm asking, will we grade it straight after? Or is it going to be delayed because it may be summertime and I don't want to hear that we can't grade in summertime? And then who's covering the cost? If it's part of our normal grading program, I don't have an issue. But if it's already, it's going to add additional costs and ratepayers, that's the question that I'm looking for. Then how is that?
I don't have the full answer for that today. I wasn't aware that that question would come up, but I can look into the grading schedule and make sure that we're fully aware of what's happening with this. Generally, that grading schedule would have been put aside just knowing that this was coming up. So I'm just assuming that it's business as normal.
Page 29. In the report, it says the road grading timetable to ensure that grading is scheduled for immediately after the rally, not before. It's very clear. The question I had is that let's make sure that actually happens. I'll be looking for that. And if that road is part of our normal schedule, then the ratepayers are picking up that cost, and I don't have a problem with that. It's due for grading, that's fine. But if it's actually going to cost us more, then the question was, is any Rally New Zealand, are they putting any money towards that?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
Can somebody take a note of that? Awesome. I've got Emma Ward next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Historically, the work on the road and the funding has been a bone of contention within the community. I think it's very cheeky that they ask us to review our grade and timetable, bearing in mind recently we had Mr Clark bring the notification to council, particularly on the state of Maramarku area and the roading in that area. And my board members, Hindle and we have been working together to get work done in the Chilai Maramarku area. So I would like to think that council are going to go out and inspect the existing condition of the road, not leave it up to the rally organisers to do it prior to the event. And if works needed to be done, I think that should be taken into consideration. This report is lacking in previous years on financial impact and state of the road, and I just don't think we should be. If anything, the road should be in better condition when they're finished with it, rather than beforehand. Bearing in mind, we know we've had a deputation to council, so it would be really remiss of me not to bang on about it. Bearing in mind, my board members have been trying to get RFSs closed for quite some time.
Anything what I've got, McNally?
Yeah, I'm speaking against it. The way I read this, council or the ratepayers paying for grading as a normal maintenance item, but we don't know how much damage they do. And the only thing that Rally New Zealand undertake to do is item 7, fully repair any damage to fences and private property. What about bridges and other things like that? We're only over quite a bit. So for those reasons, our roads get every dollar we can spend on it where we need to spend it. I'd like them to put some cash in. Thanks.
Cuban Mender?
Yeah. No, just against that.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. Sorry, was you can have the closing corridor. Were you signalling your hand up before? No, okay. Councillor Duncan?
Kia ora. Just looking at the location for where this will start and end. So it starts at the intersection of Tapuhi and Monument Roads to the intersection with Rustic and Akirama Road. On the back of that, I look at the staff assessment, and it says that there are no specific implications for Māori. However, I do see at the intersection of Akirama and there's a Hale Road, there is a Wāhi Tapu that is a burial site. So wondering if staff have communicated with Ngāti Akirama, Puiaro Rai, regarding this event, because this event has happened before. Councillor Peskovich has already mentioned it, that when we first came in, and I actually asked the same question that Councillor Desich has asked today about what are our responsibilities in terms of making sure that the road is up to standard after the completion of the rally, and NTA actually didn't have an answer for us. So I'm happy that that's come back up. But back to my first part, though, has there been meaningful engagement with Ngāti Hau, and have we looked at what implications go back on to the Waimatapu, a burial site where many rangatira lay? Kia ora. I'll fix the fence.
Pretty good, right? I'm not aware of any investigation, and then this principal staff have a.
No, part of the conditions of holding the rally within the Upland District Council is to make sure that they engage with everyone on that route. They do a letter drop, but they have actually been told that they must engage with, on a personal basis with that. It's a bit unfortunate, I just started a month ago, so I've not actually been part of that process to ensure that that's actually happening. So I think something I'll make sure that the organisers are aware of.
Councillor Duncan?
Oh, I'm against it then, because in here it is written there are no specific implications for Māori. It's obviously said, if you have a look at the map, if anyone goes out there, you can see that there's a marae at that intersection. There's also a burial ground right next to the road. So when I read there are no specific implications for Māori, the report has been written, it's been authorised, it's been brought to the council table under the power of the CEO for council laws, elected members to consider the But ko he, it's wrong. So we haven't done due diligence in terms of that. Hawaii.
Councillor Court. I hear my colleague, but I am concerned that our worries about whether the report is ticked all the boxes is a separate conversation that we need to have with regard to the merit of the application that's before us today. And if we turn this down, that means it doesn't go ahead. And previously, I've been very privileged to be invited to prize giving at these events. And there are thousands of people that are engaged in these events, from competitors to spectators to food and accommodation providers to retail to restaurants. These things have a significant economic benefit for the region. And it's unfortunate that this report doesn't include the economic benefit report. These reports have been happening forever, and there's always some disruption when a road is closed and the residents on the road can't use that road. We have the same with the half marathon, which is the street party, which are further reports in today's agenda. Minor inconvenience should not be grounds to not go ahead with the road closure. We've also been mindful that they do reinstate the road afterwards. So there should be no cost to the ratepayer to any damage to the road. It's highly unusual that these things damage bridges or hard infrastructure. If they do, they carry a significant public liability policy to address that. We have a role in this council of addressing everybody's needs in this district, and I will confess that I am a bit of a petrol head. I will be the first to go along and love to watch a rally. But I invest as a ratepayer also in sports fields. I don't play sport. I invest as a ratepayer through boat ramps and marinas and that kind of infrastructure, yet I don't own a boat. So this is about accommodating everybody's needs to get out of society and out of life and out of living, and the joy of living a little bit of what it is that push their spirits on a daily basis. And if it's closing the road for someone to have a rally, I think we should support that. And I just a little bit disturbed that we concentrate on the negatives. We're going to close the road, it's going to make an issue for this. What's the economic benefit from that? Are they going to fix the road? That's not my job, that's Tanya's job to have that conversation with the appropriate roading crews. It's the road closures, the health and safety and all of that stuff. That sits aside from my decision making, because that's business as usual for this organisation. And I just want us to think about the positive aspects of this before we vote. I didn't actually think I wanted to speak because I thought it was kind of problematic. But I was reading the book and I thought, oh my goodness, I've got to stand up and say, let's just think about having a variety of things for people to do in this community.
Hilda was next.
Hilda, just I would tautoko this conditional on people doing the due diligence on the urupa and the local people. And I suppose that's what we're here for as Māori councillors. We're not here to just say it's for the greater good. We're here because nobody much has taken notice or heed of what Māori is saying. And I say this to tautoko Tāmati because he just buried his grandmother there recently. So I just think it's something that needs to be done. So I know you're not asking for conditional vote today, but I think that should be part of the conditions of this going ahead.
Hilda McNally wants to talk, but I think he wants to do an amendment, and I've got the closing point it all, so I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to propose an amendment
the resolution subject to a hui with Akirama, is it Akirama? No. And suitable arrangements made.
Maybe just a couple of cones. Aka haere kune.
Yeah, I think the route is just that. So but they'll be coming in and out. Is that wording okay?
Yeah, I think meaningful engagement.
Subject to a hui with Akirama Marae and suitable arrangements on meaningful engagement. Subject to a hui with Akirama Marae and meaningful engagement with Hapu representatives.
Who are they, Tom? Do you have the names?
One would be Taki Whatarai.
Be good if they get the names, then it'll save a lot of time for the staff to know who exactly who to talk to.
That's a staff job.
Yeah, it is staff, for sure.
And agreed.
If you know them, then it's a lot of...
Staff? Guy? Any advice on that? Tanya's nodding.
Some research, yeah, try the right.
Just the rally is imminent, so this resolution can't be delivered. What's your backup plan? Sorry, Steve.
Can you just add in understanding the costs? Because the rally do not pay for it's said in the second paragraph on page 10 last. This will help minimise the resident concerns and costs. So my concerns is if we've just done a drainage, if we've just...
Marguerite, you're speaking to council now.
I'd like to speak.
I just did the closing corridor, councillor Foy.
And point of order, you were the mover and the mover can also move an amendment.
Oh, thank you.
It has to be agreed by the second.
Oh, do you agree? Who's putting the amendment then?
Me.
Yeah.
Okay. Would just like to speak. To the amendment, you get speaking rights after amendment is moved.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so as the mover,
I'll say second, agree.
that's the second agree. Subject to a hui with Akirama Marae and meaningful engagement with Hapu representative and agreed suitable arrangements. Did you want to add something?
No. I just want us to get past this. If I agree with the...
Okay,
I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yes.
The current amendment doesn't include any provisions about information about costs, I think.
Sorry, because we changed the original resolution, as the mover and seconder, you don't get to speak to it again.
Have never spoken.
You don't get to speak at all, sorry.
So we just vote?
We just
understanding orders each paper is up to 5 minutes and 10 minutes is the mover.
Council was correct, but it was the council comment. At the chairperson's discretion, you could speak, but it's up to you.
We'll have to let everyone else speak.
She hasn't had a say yet.
Okay, she can have a say. Go, Felicity.
Thank you. I'd just like to raise the points that Councillor McNally wasn't able to, has already spoken. Is that we are absent of the costs, and I think going forward, I think it would be helpful in this conversation for future years to know those costs. There's already a substantive motion. I have the ability to move an amendment to include that aspect about knowing the costs, which I will do so. So basically just reflect the points that Councillor McNally has made. I can't see the wording, but and costs.
And
provide the costs.
And provide the costs.
Yeah.
And reimbursements going forward. Like next year.
This is for future events or
for future events
and future.
Yes.
But not this time.
Just so that they're aware going forward about how much this is costing right then.
Yeah. I want to speak to that.
Okay, you can.
But just so that we're clear, I think.
Hang on, I didn't get a second.
Yes, you did. I think, Tony seconded, didn't you?
Can you second that?
Did you second?
Yes, thank you.
I said, yes.
Okay, go, John.
So,
oh my God.
I just, so to make it easy on staff, these costs are so variable. How about we look at after the event and we look at the costs that are over and above the normal operational costs that we are doing for our roads, because that's really the concern. We grade our roads, part of the schedule, as I was trying to say before, then there's no real additional cost. It's really the additional cost as per the event, and any other findings that come out of it that cost the council. So is that fair to say that the clarity of what we can achieve?
Firstly, to support the roading portfolio holder.
And provide the additional costs and reimbursements post event and for future event.
Well, we don't know.
They might not come back. Canatoi and Councillor Foy, are you happy with that wording? Could we have it up for everybody to see, please? Anybody else wish to speak to this before I put it to the vote? It's coming.
Why isn't the writing going up?
You're just loading it up.
Sorry. It's simple.
Can everybody see that?
As a request, sorry through the chair, as a request for the applicant to provide information for staff.
Words missing.
It's our costs, but we're the only ones that can do this.
No, it's for staff.
So you're asking for future road closure requests?
Post this event.
Yeah, and future requests for this particular, future road closures for staff to incorporate in the report.
Just the rally.
Just for the rally or
rallies? Rallies.
Additional costs to council.
That council, so the first part of the resolution and that subject to a hui with Ākina Manawanai to
It's pretty clear.
wait. Sorry, can I just, hold on. About effective. Don't quote about additional costs, post event, additional costs and reimbursements post event and for future rally events. And this part here should say, subject to agree with Ākina Manawanai and meaningful engagement with hapu representatives and agree suitable arrangement.
Yep.
Okay, can we have that up again? And Councillor Raki? Yes, you can.
Just with the amendment, I just want to ensure that if the recommendation is of the amendment is moved today, I just want to ensure that we have a timeline for the meaningful engagement to come back. So I want it to happen afterwards and say, yeah, we had the event anyway, but next year we're going to make sure that we come and engage with you. Like I want all of that, the meaningful engagement that we with the hapu to happen before the 9th of November, and for that report to come back to all councillors so that we can see that this is who staff met with, what were the concerns, what were the considerations, and what were the final outcomes, because, and then what happens if they don't agree to it, then what do we do there?
Through you, Kupai, I think we imposed some conditions on this approval for the rally. I can't really give an undertaking that we can arrange that or that consultation prior to 9th of November. And that will be dependent on the people at the marae. So then I presume that forces us to
remove the.
define the.
Yeah, that's right.
So
the
that's the
condition.
consequences of the resolution.
The condition is
Okay.
clear.
I can't make guarantees.
Because at the first instance, that's our fault, because when I read this, it says there are no specific implications for Māori. I repeat myself. I have reached out to Te Hono for contacts for the organiser to contact and notify all who are affected by the road closures. So we've grabbed the ball, we've passed it to someone else. We don't know where that thing has gone. So we don't know if the organisers have contacted them. Do we know? Sorry, Guy? Sure. So see, where's it gone? Where's the ball gone? So in the first instance, we haven't done that due diligence on our behalf. And so if it all goes ahead, acknowledging that it's happened in the past, but have we even made that engagement in the past? Have we considered the effects that it has when it comes to that? And I think back to, like we've already mentioned, like our Te Reo and Tikanga policy, our Te Paiota, which now we have 74 individual staff members going through Te Paiwaho, all of that sort of stuff. So we've got some things happening, but all things aren't happening. All wheels aren't turning in unison. It's just whenever it suits.
Oh, sorry. Before if you're finished.
Yeah, so what I want to do is lock in a date for staff to come back and say that, yes, the organisers or staff have engaged with Ākina Marae representatives. Here's the report, here's the considerations, full report, so that we can understand what have we done on our behalf to make meaningful engagement. And that will essentially set a template for us moving forward, not just looking at it as a road, the economic benefit, because we just had Dallas here talking about the denigration of Te Raupo. And so she's talked about that this morning. Essentially, it's the same as what we're looking at here, but we're carrying on with it. So everything that she said this morning has just fell on deaf ears, and we're just going to allow this to happen to Te Apara Roads right next to Urupa.
I'm just, before I go to member ward, Tanya, could you respond to the questions being raised?
Through you, a number of things for us to note here. We haven't, so we haven't directly engaged with. We could have, we should have gone through. We will take. We will look at changing the application form. I think the report says, have we considered? I think I've got some cordial going on at the moment that we can do a number of things. Change the application to say, have you, and then submit that. The applicant submits that application that says, yes, I have, this is who I have, and we can add that into our report. In the absence of that, we can ensure that our own processes, where that doesn't come, obviously we go back and we do that and ensure that we've had a cordial. You're right, Councillor Ākina, there are a number of people and that we can reach out to at the organisation, and we'll make sure that our processes go through that.
Member Ward?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just in closing, I think this is an annual event. Avon's Whangaroa Community Board has always supported it in the southern part of our ward, but we have always acknowledged the ineffective engagement and our concerns over the reinstatement of the road following the rally. Those are the only two issues. So I think to make this very complex at this stage when the event is about to happen is unfortunate, and it's also unfortunate that previous years the council hasn't picked up on improving that process, as Tony has just pointed out, so that the application form puts us at ease so we don't have the same discussion year after year after year, which is what we have been having. So I just wanted to say that this is nothing new. We don't believe the engagement has ever been very effective, and also are not sure about the inspection of the road pre and post. So that's, from the board perspective, we support the event.
Councillor Court.
I just want to raise my concern, and notwithstanding the very valid reasons that my colleague.
Councillor Kappa, please mute. Oh, you're muted already. Good. Sorry.
If we set the threshold so high that applicants cannot comply, we will be in effect saying no by another means. This is about the rally of Whangarei, but we've got another one coming, the rally of Bartle. An applicant can't possibly know every marae, every cemetery, every Urapath, every site of cultural or spiritual significance, every site that's of significance to any individual in the region. They just simply can't. And they cannot get out and have meaningful engagement and run an event like this. So while I applaud what my colleagues are trying to do, if by stealth we create a framework that means people cannot comply, then we're better off just saying no. I don't know what the answer is, but if we're talking about meaningful engagement, that's a lot of people that they have to consult with. So we would have to have a list. We would have to know who the contact person is in there. We would have to facilitate that on behalf of people that are guests in our region or district. Just want people to think about the practicalities and logistics of how we operationalise. Thank you.
Bye.
Please, fine. I think there's a number of things that fall through the gaps with this event this year. Obviously, many aspects of this would have been taken care of by NTA in the past, that now falls to council. I would be happy to say that we need to undertake a better process here and better engagement for next year, but I really can't confirm that we can meet any obligations that are imposed on this resolution. So if it's subject to the 9th of November, I don't think that's realistic. So I think potentially members might want to consider that. Putting conditionality on this resolution is not going to be very practical. Certainly next year we can undertake a far better consultation process and we can guide applicants in that way. Well, obviously we're all very pro prosperity for the north and these types of events. So I would just hesitate to put an unworkable conditionality on this event at short notice and see the rally not come back potentially in the future. It's certainly reputationally, if we impose things like this, then I guess for potential applicants in the future, make them think twice.
Staff want to add to that at all?
Thank you.
I'm going to, are we?
I'd like to have a.
Oh, Councillor Pepper, sorry. Didn't see your hand up.
Yeah. No, I had it up and then I took it down and I had it up because I couldn't really see.
Okay.
Look, the fact is, for me, from listening to the two issues is recognition of the Urupa that's been identified, but also consultation. And I know that rallies have already started in the north. I was involved in the starting of the rally in Romafwe, where it's declined by the then council prior to us coming on. I know that there's been rallies run in the Kaipara area, part of that. And the crucial point I would be making is what
Councillor Port talked about, it's difficult, but it's possible. And I don't know that Jim Bell and the organisers who are organising this rally, but I did know other rally organisations who actually 5 months prior to the race, they did the consultation with Hapu Union because they came to Mapuhi, they came to Atiwe here, they came to Te Huku, and they had success in some, not in others. So I know it can work. And to support their rally route, they actually took people along the route and identified and allowed the locals to identify specific areas that
Councillor Kappa,
It's muffled.
Councillor Kappa, you're cutting in and out. I can just understand what you're saying, but hardly anybody can hear you, sorry.
Okay, that's okay, fine.
Sorry.
You there, Kelly?
Yes, Councillor Radich.
You know, we've had a lot of rallies in our years in the far north and in Northland. This international rally is a big thing. It should be straightforward with the road closure. You know, why do we have this subject to hui and all this stuff? Just do it. We've been bumming around with this for the last 15 minutes. This is a big thing. We should just support it. Have the temporary road closure. Let's go on. Get on to the next subject. Embarrassment.
Councillor Radich.
I don't see what the big deal is. There are people in this room and in this organisation who will have contacts with Ākirama Marae. It's not going to be a 3-year engagement. There's one there. There's one there at the back. So, it's just about having a polite conversation, and they might just put 2 road cones out the front to say slow down. So, let's not make a big deal out of this. But, I've been concerned in the past when all these little boxes are ticked that, there's no concerns for Māori. And I think, wow, I know they haven't asked that one, but it's not a big deal. And I think it can happen. It can go ahead just so that hapu can plan. If somebody's coming around the bend at certain, speed limits, they're not going to end up in Orupa or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. But I take the concerns that have been mentioned.
Hold on, Hilda. Before I put it to Felicity, and I'm sorry everybody, we got a little bit off track. We're just speaking to the amendment, which is confirm any additional costs or reimbursements for future events. Not sure if that's the correct wording.
To council, any additional costs to council.
To council. And then we will vote on this amendment. Councillor Foy, the mover, you wanted to speak to it? Okay, is that wording correct? I'm putting it to the vote, and then we'll do the substantive. Okay, putting this additional costs amendment to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against or abstain?
Abstained.
Carried. And the substantive, we are not going to read. No, we'll read it out again. Oh, yeah, I'm going to read it out again then. That. The substantive resolution is that council approve the proposed temporary road closure to accommodate the safe operations of the International Rally of Whangarei, subject to a hui with Ākirama Marae to undertake meaningful engagement with hapu representatives and confirm suitable arrangements are agreed, and that the chief executive confirm any additional costs to council reimbursements for future events. Mover? Councillor Vusic, seconder?
I didn't move it.
Okay, a mover?
Yes, I did move it.
Councillor Hilda, Councillor
Discourage.
Tori, yep, okay.
Why do you need a hui?
Sorry, Councillor Radich, who that was? Please.
Why do you need?
Sorry, you're not the first speaker on this item. Thank you. Councillor Hupkiard, do you wish to speak to this item? As the mover, as the seconder, Councillor Kuskovic, do you wish to speak to this item? Okay, now I can open it up and any new discussion on this item, please? Did you have your hand up first?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Vusic.
The clause subject to puts it all at risk, as the CEO mentioned. That's what I want that with. I think having a start consulting with the public, and the key thing that I see, the only key thing is should there be a funeral needed, is there, and just so coincides. That's why you need a bit of consultation. That's why it should be closed.
And Councillor Radich.
No, forget it, Kelly, carry on. It's an embarrassment.
Well, please keep your snide comments to yourself. Can I please have any hands up who wants to speak to this? Otherwise, I'm putting it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
It's recorded, please.
Edmund is certainly still.
Abstained.
Abstain. Okay, moving right along to item 6.2.
I'm happy to move that. Can I make a suggestion that we move 6.3 as well? Just to speed things along.
Does anybody oppose that? Item 6.2 and 6.3.
Because they are connected.
Resolution that council approved proposed temporary road closure to accommodate the safe operations of the Kirikiri Half Marathon 2024. That council approved the proposed temporary road closure to accommodate the safe operations of the Kirikiri Street Party 2024. A seconder, please. Councillor Court. Has Councillor Beaver to speak to it?
It's a major event that's been going on. It's, even though there's, everyone knows that it's been going on. There's a lot of income into the system, businesses involved, and these are supported. I just want to note, though, that State Highway 10 with the closure of the border means that there's a lot more traffic there, and I see there's a lot of traffic management happening there. I think huge good news like long. I support this. I support both of them, so I'm speaking to both of them.
Councillor Court. And anybody else? Otherwise, I'll put the resolutions to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Okay, item 6.4. That council approved the initiation of a public consultation process under section 16 of the Reserves Act 1977 to classify lot 10 DP 6588 as a local purpose drainage and access reserve. Approve the initiation of a public consultation process under section 24 of the Reserves Act 1977 to revoke areas of reserve underlying an existing planning owned by Woolworths Limited, and appoint the Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board to hear any submissions received in response to this consultation process and to make recommendations to the council in respect of the reserve classification and revocation. Councillor Court's moving that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McNally and Councillor Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support this to go through to a recommendation back to council. But in doing that, I have concerns that this is a nuclear reaction to fix a retaining wall issue. And I really don't think this is a prudent use of ratepayers' time, energy, resources and money. And I just wonder if there's some way we can find a much simpler avenue moving forward to allow someone to undertake work on our land where clearly it's creating an issue for them. And secondly, I know the report refers to the fact that we acquired one of these properties for the future ring road. I went and had a look. pretty steep in there. I'm just concerned that we've got a separate process going on at the same time with ECA, who have kicked off the designation of the ring road. And I don't know if changing all of these designations and moving the Z-chairs on, I don't think that puts that at risk at this point. So when it comes back to council for a report, see we've got Robin in the room, she may be able to answer my concerns now. I just don't want to do anything that will jeopardise why we acquired all that land. Thank you.
Are you waiting for a staff response? I have McNally, then Vusic, then Boyd. Oh,
You want the chair responsible for my question around the run
It's up
road?
to the chair.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I did check in with Robin before the meeting on this one, and we have checked with Keith, who's working on the designation project. And there is no, he didn't see any issue with this one, but no problem.
Sorry.
For the comments.
Roger, I'm getting older, Jeff. You have
Sorry,
to
yeah.
me when you're talking, darling.
Keith did not see any issue with what's been put forward here around that piece of land, as it has no impact on the designation project.
Madam Chair, can we just please get Beckers to check that? No disrespect to Keith. They're doing the project. I just want that comfort when this comes back.
So in light of, does this issue need to be decided today for consultation, or can it wait till the next meeting?
Through you, Paul, we're really hoping to get the consultation done before Christmas, because unfortunately it's a matter that kind of bounced around council a little bit, so just very keen to get that done, and if there isn't a decision today, that won't be achievable.
Okay, so noting and request for the Becker report, they will need to accompany the recommendation from the community board. And is that to the resolution?
If I can, Madam Chair.
Please do.
And also speak to the query about why this process is needed, if that's helpful. And the reality is that under the Building Act, when you have a structure that requires a building consent, the Building Act requires confirmation that the structure isn't going to be is going to remain intact, and that requires ownership or a degree of control over it, and that is be satisfied by a boundary adjustment.
So with you, Councillor Ford.
Sorry, it's been
You're the mover.
Someone work me through the process of how I add an amendment. Do I do that now? I should know.
You can do that anytime.
So can I add a D?
A C?
D.
Not a D.
Yeah, Becker be consulted and provide a report on any implications of the current designation process for this Kiri CBD Ring Road in Airport.
Any issue with that wording? Okay. And the seconder was Councillor McNally. Are you happy with her adding that? Yes. Okay, you can speak.
Yeah, I think that comes to the infrastructure meeting next week, Becca, or sometime. I've got an email here somewhere.
You speak to this item.
With the amendment or without? Yeah, I'm happy with the amendment. I'll second that. And then can I speak?
Please do.
How long have I got?
5 minutes, and I'm putting this time on.
Excellent. I just want confirmation. You refer in this capsule report that the classification of the reserve as a local purpose drainage and access reserve. And then when I look at the access portion, it talks about walking access from Kirikiri Road down to Recreation Reserve off Arena Road, and an access easement for trucks exiting the Woolworths site. So if the ring road was going to end up in here, we need to somehow include road reserve. I would have thought while we're doing this consultation. That amendment may help it, but I'm not sure it does.
So in terms of that, that would require a separate process, probably through a designation, and the proposed classification as a drainage reserve will not hinder that later process and probably will assist it, because there will be a slightly lower level of protection over that land. Okay.
There's another consultative process at some stage.
Councillor Coy. Thank you. Yeah, I've got some questions about that because I concur with Councillor Airport that this is a nuclear reaction to such a minor issue, and I know that the staff recommendation is that a boundary adjustment, a subdivision which takes over a year and extreme amount of costs as well as the staff time to write this paper is the best process. But if you look at the bottom there, number 5, licence to occupy, have a structure within one of our 700 reserves that we own. We've got a whole paper about changing the purpose of the reserve. There's nothing that prevents having walking or drainage over it because it's existing reserve status. I don't know why we're spending all this time and effort and staff time to do that. Is there any change in outcome? Is the question. And the other question is why can't we just issue a licence to occupy and get on with it?
So if I may answer that, first of all, there are a number of reserves that have been vested with us with the incorrect classification, and very commonly they show as recreation reserves. They're actually drainage reserves, and the Reserves Act directs that we classify them according to their primary purpose. So
my question to staff was actually, is there anything that prevent those activities occurring within its existing designation, not the preference of staff about what the classification should be?
So if I could just add one more sentence, if that's okay, that it is council's responsible to be honest in classifications, and the current classification is not honest in relation to how we present that to the public. In terms of your second part about the boundary adjustment versus the licence to occupy, unfortunately, a licence to occupy is a temporary process that does not meet the requirements of the Building Act, and also in some ways it's also not honest under the Reserves Act because this is a structure that will have a lifespan of 50 years. So then saying it is a reserve for public use is not correct because clearly it's not. It's associated with a structure on an adjoining site. And this decision was made after discussion with legal services.
So is there a decision made?
No. Sorry.
It's a recommendation. It's a recommendation that's being made. So, not a decision. Decision's being made.
Okay. Sorry, I hadn't asked. So my question was, does the existing classification, I'll repeat my question, prevent drainage or access over it? Does the existing classification prevent that?
No, but it doesn't meet the requirements of the Reserves Act, or it doesn't meet the direction of the Reserves Act.
So I think my point is, and I'd just like to highlight this across all of our reserves, I've heard this feedback from the public that the process through the reserves feedback within our staff has been very convoluted and made it very difficult to use reserves or do anything on reserves because that delegation, which is actually with the community board, the staff aren't coming to the community board and asking the community board, do you care if a structure's within 10 metres? Do you care if you go right up to the boundary? The decisions are actually made by the reserve planner, and I can see that there's an opinion in that way that has been identified that actually they think that there's a decision there when that decision is not from the staff. That decision is a delegation of the community board. And I think that this is just wasting time, wasting money, wasting resources when we've got lots of things that we could actually achieve within our reserves. It's not about process, it's about outcomes. So I actually think that, as Councillor Court said, this is a waste of time and that we shouldn't change the reserve status because there's no need. And also that there needs to be an aspect that the process has changed within this planning department, that the community board has given their power back through their delegation to make these decisions, that they shouldn't be made by the reserves planner, and that the community board should have the ability to decide things that impact or don't impact reserves.
To respond to that, yes.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments through you, Kawhai. I think the point here is the community board doesn't have discretion over the Reserves Act or the Building Act. So granted this is a cumbersome mechanism, I don't think we have any choice. Staff have examined all of the options, and this is the way we have to do it because we have to comply with these acts. So I share the sentiments in the room that it's frustrating. Staff telling me there's no way around this. This is the correct way to process this. So the community board can opine on, we don't have objections, but we still have to meet the requirements of the Reserves Act, Building Act.
People Ward? Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really interesting. You've got a recommendation on the table that you're going to make a decision on, which should have come to the community board first.
That's
but because of the time frame, it hasn't. And I think the community board would have a bit to say about this. I can only speak for myself because it's on our agenda for Thursday, which is a bit ironical. It probably shouldn't be there because it's actually quite rude to do so, and I'm sure that will be said on the day. Having said that, they're a community board delegation for a reason. I mean, we have our local representatives, several of them, 2 Kirikiri, 1 Waipapa, who know the use of that reserve and how it's used and how the community's grown around that piece of land. And there's big picture stuff. Whatever the classification of that reserve is important because it's used pedestrian-wise. It's used, I mean, if you look at page 61, and if you live in the area and watch how that reserve is used, it is cut through. I mean, you see Vanuatu workers coming through from Rangiora all the time, you know. But also, if you look at the truck movements and the title on page 6 is subject to a vehicular right-of-way, you've got huge big trucks coming out of pedestrian. So it's not just about the value, that can be done in the zone. The relocation of the reserve and the change in its status actually does or could impact in the future development of that area in Kirikiri. Should Countdown not remain? Should they want to expand? I think we need to, this is why we come to community board so that we can look at, and not the high level stuff, but how we feel the community wants to look at and use that space, how it's currently being used, how it could be used, how it's a linkage, and just look at the impact of the actions. We've seen what happens if you put the wrong classification on a reserve and how difficult it is to undo it and how difficult it is to actually build on it or develop on it or do anything with it. So, it makes me uncomfortable to sit here as chair seeing this, knowing it hasn't come to the board. And then the people in the subdivision who represent that community actually haven't had a say in it.
Thank you for that, Ward. That was very helpful. Roger, did you have anything more to add before I put this item to please?
No, all I'm saying, I'll say that the council staff have done their analysis and have made a recommendation based on that. And that's not just the resource plan, that's the organisation as well. Feedback from the property legalisation, legal, the building staff as well. So the recommendation is the recommendation from staff, but obviously it's a decision for the council.
Liskovich, before I go to court to close?
I think that we should let this lie on the table and we should go through the proper processing of the delegations with the community board. And if we make a decision, essentially what you're saying from Linda or any other community board users, that we don't really care about your board, we'll make a decision. And if that's the case, then we should never have those boards.
Okay. Councillor Kleskovich has made an amendment that we leave this to lie on the table. Councillor Boyd has seconded it. Repercussions, Roger?
So the line table, which come back to council.
Yep, that's fair enough. Okay. Sorry. The speakers for or against leaving to lie on the table?
Can I just say, Madam Chair, that I did not know it was on the agenda next week, And so I'm enormously sympathetic. I feel uncomfortable that we haven't quite got our processes aligned yet. I feel it is disrespectful now that I've heard that, and I apologise to Belinda. I think that what my colleague, Councillor Festovich, has proposed is a sensible path forward. I know it will delay it, and I can sense Robin's frustration that it's going to delay it. But I think that there's an important precedent that we need to set here, and that is respecting our community boards, respecting the process, and giving us time to understand whether or not what is recommended in here is the right solution. Thank you.
There should be a lesson, Roger. There should be a lesson to the rest of the staff that in future don't bring to this table a recommendation about any reserve unless you've spoken to the people who have the delegation over that reserve. I don't care if the staff have made a decision to assess everything, they obviously haven't. So in future, when you talk about reserves, take it to the chairs of the community.
You need to talk to the chief executive, not the staff. Thank you.
Said all I need to say.
I'm going to put this item to the vote. To lie on the table. Can we have a vote by division, please?
I wanted to speak against it.
I'm sorry, he was the mover. I'm against leaving it to lie on the table.
You're against?
Yep, I'm against. Who's next, please? Vote by division, quickly.
I'm for.
Yep. Just waiting for that to come up. Councillor Port? Sure.
Is this to lie on the table?
Yeah. Yeah. Boy? For. Upcount Harawira?
I'm for it lying on the table.
Cupper, are you there? McNally?
Against.
Rodich?
Against.
Gardner?
I'm abstaining.
Research? Is carried, is it?
You need to go and have a look at the work that needs doing to that wall.
Carried, and
Urgent.
I don't need to vote again. No. Next item, please. Or is it lunchtime? It's fine. What is the one we are adjourned for lunch? I know we normally have lunch for above. Anyone object to us coming back at 45 minutes? No? Is that okay? So we're back here. At 1:30. 1:30. It's giving the one.
Harley, please. Thank you, Harley. Sorry to move things around. Because we've got final holding to go off agenda item 7.1, Waitakere Library and Civic Hub project update. Please, everybody. Okay, so before us, item 7.1 on page 345. The resolution is that the council receive the report Kaipuri Library and Civic Hub project update. And before, I'm happy to move this. Who would like to second? I'll use it as seconding. Before we get into any discussions, Andy, did you wish? What is the plan? Come over. Over to Ruben first.
An update on the Kaikohe Library and Civic Hub development project as we're reaching a critical next step in the project. And so while the project has been overseen by a dedicated steering group, which includes elected members, hapu iwi, and community representatives, the steering group felt that it was perhaps necessary to provide an update on the progress to date with the wider council before moving forward. As this project has been basically on our development roadmap for quite some time. And there's certainly a lot of interest from the community to see this new Civic Hub materialize. The steering group has successfully advanced the project through key milestones such as the acquiring of the additional land that's being used for this project. You would have seen the completion of the demolition of the existing buildings and approving a concept design. And we're now approaching the completion of the preliminary design phase with detailed design to follow shortly after. And construction is set to begin by mid-2025. In just a moment, Andy Knock with FNHL, who is managing this development, will share with you some of those exciting concept designs. But first, Nicola Smith, our FNDC project coordinator for this project, will go over the development timeline as we work to deliver this project in 2026. So today's presentation is simply an opportunity for us to report back to ensure Council is fully informed on the project and to gather any feedback or comments you may have at this stage. And while there's no significant decisions required by Council today, we do value the input as we move forward with confidence in the project. So it's also important to note at this stage, any future updates pertaining to this project will be formally provided through the Te Koko Committee moving forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nicola first to provide perhaps the progress that we've realized up until this point.
Okay, so just briefly, touching in a little bit more detail on some of the things.
Sorry, so people can see you. Sorry, Kelly. Yeah.
Don't be.
Let me stand. Kia ora. So just to give a brief update in terms of the progress that we've made to date in 2024. So as Ruben touched on briefly, we've formally appointed Far North Holdings as the development managers for this project in April. We appointed the design team to work through the conceptual design in May. There was a really significant piece of community engagement that happened with the ARCO design team, which then culminated in our first concept being ready and presented to the steering group during August. There was a lot of feedback given from the business community, legal, Kaimahi, elected members, and basically all of that information was taken away and drafted up into the current concept, which Andy will be taking you through shortly. So that concept was presented to the steering group last month, and they basically gave us the green light to move through to preliminary design stage. So, but also gave us a bit of a push to come to council and just make sure that everyone is fully aware of where this project is at, have an opportunity to ask questions if you have any, that kind of thing. So there's been quite a lot done in this year, and I will provide a little bit of an update later about the timelines as to where to from here. But as Ruben said, we are aiming to start construction by mid next year. Thank you, and I will pass on to Andy, who is going to take us through the slide presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Andy.
I think the first thing I'd say for those who've not seen all the various bits of consultation documents that have taken place, this has gone through a huge amount of engagement within the community across all age groups, and it has had a huge amount of feedback that's been incorporated into the design. So it's been a really robust process that's taken its time to ensure that we hit all the touch points, we achieve the objectives in terms of making sure this is a place the community
take full ownership of, find really engaging, and it is actually activated from day one, rather than being a sterile place, which is an empty, unused building, which is often the case if you get it wrong. So we've really taken the time to follow those steps. So months and months of engagement, going back, checking and cross-checking what we're considering within the building, and then adapting it to get to the point we're at now. So just going back a bit, and I think Marco probably a bit more eloquent in this space, because obviously took away the original consultation and then re-engaged right across the community. And this was just a couple of slides to highlight the real touch points that have come through and need to be incorporated within the design. And as you can see, it's about learning, but it's about ensuring we capture both the past, present and future, and those are all integrated within the building. So the connection between whakapapa whenua and the physical side. Also, the other key thing that came through was to whenua connection. And again, it's those same tangible links going through the buildings. And so this is what we're looking at in terms of incorporating both the aesthetics and the feel and look of the building, both internally and externally. So the building as it sits on the site plan, and you can see why we needed both sites and we couldn't work within one, because one building effectively meant a very, very narrow frontage, a building which would have had enclosed dark sides because you've had to have for fire protection, effectively concrete walls. This has allowed a lot more light into the building. It's meant we can activate as much of the high street frontage as possible and make sure it really does create a space that is welcoming and inviting to the community. So to the right of the building at the top, you can see you've got a meeting place, and that is where the main entrance comes off. The rear of the building, we've actually now changed subsequent to this design. And so the green area, which is potentially a future building footprint which integrates across the Runanga site, will initially be developed completely for car parking. So we've got double the amount of car parking that was originally proposed, and that reflected feedback in terms of the potential use of the building going forward. So if we go to the main site now, expand that. So what we've got, if we get through this, if you expand that. Trying to be too technical here. There, that's a bit bigger. So the central space is obviously the library area, and one of the key aspects that came through the design was and feedback that we had was safety, security for everybody, that's staff and everybody participating in any activity within the building. So those were really key aspects for the building in terms of how it operates and how each of the elements linked with one another. So hence you can see behind the where it says area 1,000 square metres, you've got the entrance or the service desk for both FNDC Service Centre and for the library itself. The reason it's positioned there is you've got the main entry to the top right and you've got a secondary entry point on the bottom left. And from that point, the library staff, because you've only got 2 staff present at any one time, can actually see the whole building, including those areas where you're likely to have the younger element or our youth element, potentially engaging activities such as the gaming room, podcast room, which are both going to effectively be glass-fronted spaces. So the activities can take place, but yet they're visible and be seen by participants within the library space itself. So the whole thing is about safe spaces and making sure they're used for the use proposed, rather than creating any areas which are difficult to oversee or create dead spaces which will create unwelcome activity within the building. So adjacent to that, on the right-hand side, we've got the cafe and the community room. Reason again for the location there is to link it to the Runanga land as well, because the community room effectively opens right out onto the market space area. That room and cafe could effectively be completely leased out as a commercial activity and be part of whatever happens on the Runanga site at a later date. So we very much looked at the future proofing of the building to make sure you get as much multi-use as you can from the various spaces. The other area you can see, which is just below the community room to the right, the cafe, below that and next to the makerspace room, you can see a big white area that looks like it's got nothing in it. But the reason it's got nothing in it is because that's an outdoor, covered, in part, garden courtyard area. Again, trying to make the most of the building as we can. Cafe during the day, it's a nice private outdoor space for cafe to use, quiet space. Kids going out reading, again, during the summer months, great outdoor space for school teachers to take classes. Same time, makerspace. If you're in there doing craft activities with school, whatever it might be, you've got the outdoor space as well. So it's multifunctional across 3 activities. So again, we're trying to make sure we're not duplicating, but really getting the maximum use and also being creative in how we're using the building. You've got the marquee spaces and service areas behind that. The building externally, if I can turn through. There we go. So the building externally, timber, glass, a lot of glass because we need light into the building, but at the same time we're very aware we don't want too much heat gain and too much light because of books fading and making an uncomfortable environment. So working with George Clark and Alan Wehongi, they're looking currently at specific design, perforated metal and timber coverings, which are going to obviously have that cultural feature to them, that allow light in at a reduced level and also reduces the heat loss as well. So all the timber components, the mechanic block component is currently being designed through the design team to address those while ensuring we've got a strong cultural component that reflects the values of the building going forward. So this gives you an idea of the building as to what it will look like to the side. And this is on the front corner frontage. So this is right onto Broadway. So that's what you're looking at like as you get. We try to create some real volume to the building so that you're not getting a low building. It's real volume. The building itself, which is currently going through effectively the second stage design, looking at the structural elements. We're looking at the acoustic elements of the building in terms of how we ensure the right acoustic levels, the right lighting levels, right heat gain. That's the current area we are now. Before we can go into full detail, we're making sure we can tackle all the issues we're going to face purely because of the sunlight, heating, and other elements such as that which could impact us going forward. So this is the rear of the site, as you can see. You can see the volcanic wall around the courtyard area we were just talking to. So treatment on the back, obviously a lot less because it is the rear of the building. So apart from that courtyard area, which then faces onto the river side, it's very low level in terms of design aesthetics. The central Te Ahi Kōmau area is obviously quite a key feature going forward. That's going to be a sensory space for children, etc., to come together. The idea is you see the circular seating there, that will be movable seating. So you can actually enclose that whole circular space, move a pod out, let the class come in, move the pod in, effectively becomes a private area within the central space of the library. So that obviously is going to be a beacon as it's lit up at night, as it reflects obviously the design itself. So you can see the design elements coming down both from the ceiling, going up from the floor, and you can see the acoustic seating that we've got, again, designed on the basis of a configuration. So at night you can see effectively the beacon now coming through the building, and that's what it's meant to be. There for all to actually engage, feel welcome, feel a part, know where it is, and a representation of the space. I think that's probably all from me. That's anybody think of this?
Yep, thank you, Andy. I think we might just pause here. We've got some information regarding timeline and also budget. But before we move on, happy to take any feedback that elected members might have. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Babe, who's on the line. He's the chair for the steering group and also been actively involved with the steering group to get us this far. So happy to open it up to any questions, having seen the design presentation from Andy.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Ruben. As the mover, I'm going to save my kōrero for last. Councillor Research?
Just feedback to Andy. I think it's great, Andy. Pleased that you're actually involved because previous skill levels and things we've seen. Just one general comment overall. This has been on, as you'll see, this has been, well, I said 12 years, but in fact it's been further than that. And it's been promised, and prices are continuing to rise. So the sooner we can get started in 25, I think is one of the key things that you mentioned. You've answered all of these questions, and actually answered the question I said is that, which I had, which I won't go into, which is, are you connecting to the future side of, and you mentioned how we being involved. I know he's had this vision for looking at a cultural centre. So you can comment on it if you want with that, even though you may not have the full design. You've included that so that can accommodate that.
Yeah, so it is designed to accommodate that space to a degree. We know that we're also looking at potentially a cultural area, an R&D research area as well. So the idea is that everything can connect.
Right.
Anybody else wish to comment? Councillor Boyd?
I was just on the question, I've got a couple of questions and then a comment. So just the size of the building, that if we compare it to Ngā Whā.
So if you compare it to the Innovation Centre.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about the prison.
Oh, hang on a second.
And how do you know how big the prison is?
No. Okay.
So to give you an idea of scale, so the Innovation Centre is 1,300 square metres and our offices are 300 square metres. So if you chopped our office off, that is roughly the size of the building, albeit it's elongated rather than.
And my other question was about being multi-use, because in Ngā Whā, that facility there, you can use it for different activities and you can close off spaces. I've noticed you've got a few sliding doors, and then also how you push the building to the road frontage. Being multi-use was one question. Another question I had is, with that corner, I know that Councillor Hilda Harawira-Shed brought up about a roundabout there and future-proofing it to allow for traffic flows. And with pushing it to the corner, I wasn't sure if there were conversations about that with roading or with anything related to the future-proofing of the main street.
I wasn't aware of the roundabout, so if that's the case, then I'd certainly need to overlay that on the design sooner rather than later, then everything needs to be moved to accommodate that. In terms of the larger space, for example, all of the library bookshelves are actually movable. The whole idea is that's the open space as well. So again, that's part of that multi-use function. If you wanted to hold other events, etc., within the building, everything can be put to one side and you can create one big, huge open space for use by other activities.
Just to answer the roundabout.
Sorry, you're not.
Well, that might be the case. It's a roundabout.
It's on the state highway.
My other questions talk about budgets for council, and I'll ask council staff if they've looked at the years of the budgets and how they coincide with placemaking on the main street. So there's a budget for under the line item called beautification, And I know that that's been rolled over and actually carried forward and never actually spent for a number of years in Kaikohe. But the discussion was that we would collaborate the funding streams for that, and also particularly feedback from the Business Association about the timing of their funding in this project. Because what I don't want to see is I don't want our council staff on one hand doing one thing and then Andy and Farmhouse Holdings delivering on another hand. I would actually prefer to give that budget to Farmhouse Holdings, whoever the project manager is, for them to look at a coordinated approach for the main street.
Yeah, happy to provide feedback on that. We have been working in conjunction with Andy and FNHL to realize and look at all these opportunities. From a FNDC standpoint, certainly the focus from my perspective as a project sponsor is to ensure that this particular project, i.e. the library and the Civic Hub, is delivered within budget, which we're currently tracking to be within budget, and we're actually excited about the potential opportunity to go through the tender process out and possibly see some savings. But that's been the focus for us, and we have been discussing with Andy other opportunities which are being discussed at SLT level, or certainly with Guy, the chief executive, on other opportunities which would evolve into other work streams or other programs.
Well, just so those are my questions. So just in closing as well, I just wanted to thank the team because to get it this far, and I really like that guys, our CEO has looked at the big opportunities for Kaikohe, because I see this as a catalyst for transformational change, not just for the main street, but for the town itself, who hasn't necessarily had a lot of investment for a number of years. So with it being a staged approach, and having those opportunities come in the future, I look forward to those other conversations about how we can build on this project.
Thank you, Councillor Port. I'll just add to the superlatives to start with that this project's been on the books for as long as my memory. So it's really exciting to see it starting to take root, and I hope your Chewies and Building Code in engineering assessment doesn't cause you any more grey hairs.
Not yet. Not yet.
And my colleague, libraries are real game changers. So I'm very excited. I didn't think I actually had anything to say until Felicity raised the spectre of a roundabout, and that scares me to the very core of my being. Because this is a state highway, and once the NZTA get involved, with the exception of the little one at Kaitaia, generally these things are over-engineered, hugely expensive, and a massive land grab. So I'm not a roading engineer, but I would say if there is problems with that intersection, and as someone who's to get out of there today, there is. We do need to talk to traffic engineers, because the solution might not be a roundabout. The solution might be traffic lights or some other thing that can be accommodated quickly and achieve the same results. So I just wanted to say, before you start superimposing roundabouts and moving your buildings, talk to Tanya and her team.
I'd comment on that. If there was an intention to have anything at that junction, I would agree with you, Anne, on that round traffic lights, because you actually then have the ability to create two crossing areas safely for pedestrians from each side of the street, where the traffic's got to stop, and therefore roundabout if they don't need to. To me, that's would be the better option anyway.
And Ruben, you just wanted to add something quickly?
Yeah, just a final comments. I do want to acknowledge everyone who's been contributing to this project and getting us this far. We've had some really good discussions and debates in the steering group. Andy and his team in FNHL have been outstanding every step of the way, so I really appreciate that support. Also, our community board chair, who is part of the steering group, actively involved providing feedback. In fact, we will be giving the same presentation at their community board meeting next week to keep them updated on how the project is tracking. And finally, Felicity mentioned, Guy, he has been very helpful and instrumental in helping us look at the bigger picture and making sure that the changes that we're putting in place now in this project are certainly considerate of that future growth or that future expansion or the potential of what could happen. So I really want to acknowledge that, Mahi, from the teams. Thank you.
I'm not going to enter the kōrero. I'm going to put the resolution to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Going back to item 6.6 now on page 339. And I'm going to read out the whole resolution, but that council recommends to fees and charges schedule 27.435 increased fees for property for $26 to $33.50 and for land information memorandum reports from $319 to $395. And then there's a B, C, and D in relation to this resolution, which people online could find in our agenda. Okay. And I think Councillor Busich was moving this. I saw your hand in the air, and Big Mally seconded it. And Charlie, did you wish to speak to this very quickly?
Okay.
You don't have to. I'll move along. So,
Want me to comment?
yes, go Busich.
Yeah, I did check on page 341, just the general fees and so on that are there. And I think the rise is reasonable. I think we can have some user base coming through straight. Notice that we are on the top 80%, just look at the median and so on, but that's, that's in keeping with what's expected, and I don't know what other councils, whether they actually have been subsidising those fees, which I suspect there's been a lot of that going on. But if you want to comment on that, you can, but I support it.
Busich. Charlie, did you want to respond?
I don't have the information, it's not publicly available. The costs are to other councils. I suspect that they are going purely on a cost recovery basis, and I expect that they will be trying to just align covering the costs of providing those services, making sure that they maintain the statutory timeframe and quality requirements.
Councillor McNally, did you wish to?
You should have increased it more, but nothing else.
Councillor Boyd.
Yeah, I had two questions, and one of them was in line with Councillor McNally's question.
Wasn't a question.
We'll state that. The first question was, why that amount? Like, why don't we align with Whangarei?
My understanding from our legal team is that we are required to cover costs, and that's sort of the limit in terms of the fees that we can do, that we can charge. So we've looked
under what legislation?
Yeah, so what's happening here is that this proposed increase of fees has come after fees and charges have been already adopted, and typically you might run consultation on all of the charges that you propose to increase. We can do a separate increase in charges, but what you have to be careful of is ensuring that we're only charging what costs us to administer a property file and administer a LIM. We can't charge more than what it costs us without further consultation. So if we are conservative in our increase at this moment until that work is done from this stage on, and then we can better isolate for you the actual costs of the administration of those two types of property information, and then get that raised through consultation, the next round of fees and charges.
Yeah, so that was the next round of fees and charges is the next annual plan, so July next year.
So what we're proposing is a two-stage approach. We have a total cost for providing both property files and for providing LIM services, but that averages across because we don't have the underlying information for the complex versus simple files, and that relies on providing that cost, relies on us providing an average across all of those types. What I've instructed the property file property information team to do is begin collecting the information on time spent and other overhead costs of providing those services. So as a part of the annual plan process and as included in the proposed resolution, we'll be able to provide elected members with the true underlying cost information to then consider how best to recover the costs of those individual services. So you're not unduly disadvantaging one user of that information over the other. And therefore that will then feed into the annual planning process and you'll be able to take that to consultation as a part of that. But by doing this step today, it enables us to improve our cost recovery profile immediately or by proposed date of the 11th of November, with a view to improving the information to make the decisions going forward.
And my last question was just about the way the property files are held. Are they still held digitally? We've done that process where we scan it all into the system.
We do have some files which are in the Lundia and the archives, but we do have a digitisation process which is turning away slowly. It is happening. It could be sped up if that is at the elected member's request. We could find additional resources to speed that up. But all new property files are digital.
We've already spent a lot of money on the digitisation of property files, so
It is.
No, it was.
As far as I'm aware, it is a few number of files. They do exist, and the teams are working on digitising that along with other documents.
Okay, Councillor Boyd, done. I have a silly question. Because I, reading the whole agenda, this increase, this proposed increase coupled with the increase that we had, or the change in the way that we charge for building consents, last year we did, the extra, possible extra costs for developers, do you see that as having an impact on the housing crisis?
No. Based on the levels, we've evaluated this in terms of materiality for the users of the information, and it's staff's recommendation that we do not believe that would have a negative impact.
Thank you. No further comments. I'm putting, sorry, Councillor Beveridge, any final comment? No. Okay, putting this to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Now we're moving on to page 411, Chief Executive Report for the period July and September. Can I please have a mover? Councillor Rakina, Councillor Vusic as seconder. Thank you very much. Councillor Rakina, would you like to speak to this now or talk to it at the end? Thank you. Councillor Vusic?
Well, no, okay. No, sorry.
Speak now.
A good report. I'm actually quite encouraged by the direction we're heading in, the work that the city's been doing. And this has been reflected in the report. So, no real questions.
Anybody else, questions or comments? I've got mine then. On page 414, we had a nice workshop with ARB last week. Nice not to be doing this under so much pressure, the annual report, which was the case for the previous 2 years. And on page 416, it talks about animal management. It appears to be little data on any attacks, so do we assume there have been none, or are they reported on in a line in a certain way? And I just wondered, we would normally see a report on how much the consents that exceeded statutory timeframes have cost council. I know there's not many this time, but and that's around page 416 as well, I think. So I wondered where we would see that information. And wastewater compliance, a lot of abbreviations in this report that need to be explained to help me understand the non-compliances, which do not correlate to a green badge. dashboard indicator, especially for E. coli, for Kawapa, Otamungi, Bauia and Russell. The dashboard's green, but if you read the word that says non-compliance around this, that and the other, and the deviations are totally different lingo. Yes, that's my comments on your Chief Executive Report Guide. And Councillor Foy.
Just a comment on the housing strategy 419, but I just wanted to, I guess it's mainly a question about how that relates with the finance department, between the policy department and the finance department. I know that, we're all one organisation. What I did ask is what financing and rating policies other councils have around visitor accommodation. And I know our Community Board Chair, Belinda Ward, was included in that email, because the information that we've been presented as a council about those issues hasn't actually included all of that information that other councils throughout New Zealand have. And some of the examples that were given were like Rotorua Council, for example. So it was really being done in an isolated manner, like within the silos. So I wrote an email to Charlie and the finance department. He's been really helpful and said that he'll collaborate with Roger. But I just wanted to update the council about that, and also Guy, because I think that for the housing strategy and the interim action plan, it really needs to interrelate across all the silos of council. And it is really unusual that our council wouldn't have a rating and financing policy about visitor accommodation, when most other, or all other councils in New Zealand have them. And the reason that hotels, for example, have to pay pan charges and commercial differential rates, and visitor accommodation doesn't. So other councils have rating and financing policies to address that. So I haven't done a notice of motion about it, but I just wanted to highlight that it did. Well, wrapping up for closing.
Just a partai on page 430 under the health and safety. It's got here that most frequent reported incidents of threatening behaviour, which is listed. Was my question after a closing statement.
Yeah, this is, no, you can ask.
Oh, sorry. Just a question. I'm assuming that we still have a little bit of staff turnover within our full organisation, and this might be a contributor to the reasons why our staff are going on stress leave or leaving the organisation. So with this being the highest in the report, what is the CEO doing to mitigate this further? Karen, in the next report it'll come to us.
Taking recommendations from the head of health and safety, ways to mitigate that risk.
I think it'd be helpful too if we could actually understand or see what those threatening behaviours are, whether they are the same, whether it has cultural impacts, whether it has personal impacts, whether it has impacts on, it could be spiritual denomination, all those sort of things. So really capturing and understanding from a elected member's view to actually what threatening behaviour, what types of behaviours are falling underneath that scale there. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Rakina. I was waiting for John to try and jump in there. There's an opportunity to dive a little deeper into that at ARC, and maybe just have a look at the next agenda, because it's a lot deeper in that report and that committee next week. I haven't seen the agenda, but we usually have the health and safety officer go over stuff in detail. All those in favour of accepting?
You there, Kelly?
Oh, that was the closing comment from Councillor Rakina. Is it something that you can take up with the CEO afterwards? Because we're really short for time.
Well, I think this is important.
I'm sticking to standing orders, Maddie.
Well, see you later.
All those in favour? Aye. Okay, Mayor and Councillors' reports, page 417.
Yes, move.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. I'll second, please. Okay, Councillor Vucic.
Just one comment, I have to make this comment. Get my report on time, but on page 534, you'll see a report from me dated July last year. It doesn't have to be repeated, but on the table, everybody's got the latest one that I sent on. But just my comment there is, well, you notice I'm including the North Connect lights. And so I'd like this to be on the agenda that's online, if you can do it. That's what I'm trying to do, is create awareness about my portfolio, because there seem to be quite a few people, certainly elected members, that didn't fully appreciate what North Connect is doing. And we had that roadshow, which is in my report here. If those online probably can see it in the north, and that was pretty successful. Some didn't attend because of the various things, funeral and people away, but it was quite successful. That's my comments there.
Some of us to the team. The wrong day and the wrong time, but
you came in an hour so early, yes. Right, let's but there will be a presentation to council from the CE, so there's time to get up.
I'm next, and I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Vucic's report. The correct one has been put in the agenda that's been uploaded to the website, my understanding. Yes, thank you. And it was just an error of emails, human beings. And I just wanted to, where did I go? Really just wanted to, I forgot the chocolate fish for those that did do their reports. Thank you very, very much. And, you know, there was one in particular that we haven't seen for a while. So, yeah, cool. Anybody else wish to raise any items from these? No? Oh, Councillor Rakina.
Just wanted to mention, just with my report, and I'm assuming that it might be the same for other elected members as well, but just for might be the interest of our communities who are watching, but there are items that I do miss. There might be conversations while walking down the main street of Kaikwe, it might be at the gym, it might be at the supermarket, which are council related. And here I haven't added radio interviews that I do with Te Hiku. There's attending Reora, Hui Mate. About 2 weeks ago, I attended the funeral date, Matarena Tatane and Horamahui. So there's a lot of events that I attend personally that I don't calendar in my schedule. So when I do go back to look over those and write my report, they're not there. And because it's pretty much, you know, they happen out of nowhere, or when they do happen, I'm straight on to the next kaupapa. I forget to diary it down. So, yeah, just to be mindful about that. It might only be like 17 days worth of stuff that I've done in this report, but beyond that, there's other things that have happened in between or on the same day. So that's from me.
Kia ora. Sorry, yep.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I always enjoy reading everybody's reports. I'd just like to ask that mine not be reduced so much. I know a lot of people have got poor eyesight. I want to acknowledge Cyril Chapman, who was the leader of Haiarahi of Radio Tautoko FM for over 32 years, and his skill was actually taking microphones into all hui Māori that mainstream people don't think are important. And so over the years, Māori have been able to hear things like claims, hapu issues, unimportant things to the general community, but important for us as Māori. And Yeah, just to acknowledge Tautoko FM as the oldest EV radio station in Tai Tokedo, and that that station has captured, they fought against commercial, corporatised kind of outlook, and really became the voice of Ngāpuhi Hapu. So I just want to recognise Cyril. And Des Mahoney, I was talking to our CEO about how I actually miss his phone calls, his emails and his aki. And so I just want to, in my report, I really admired Des, and I know a lot of people hated him, but I admired Des for his perseverance on the Kauri Dam and bringing it to its status. But just after the funeral, and it was really good to have the councillors that were there. These are the things that I want to make sure that we follow up on, is that Desley Austin is now the acting chairperson, and that the 4 remaining tasks of our steering committee are for Bellingham's to complete the final stages of Kauri Dam and drier weather, which is around October, November, and noting also that their dad passed away. And I'd like to acknowledge that kaumatu, because he gave Radio Te Hiku o Te Ika free access to the maunga at Bellingham's quarry as antennae. So the second station in Tai Tokedo never had to pay fees, whereas Tautoko on their own maunga had to pay $80,000 a year. So to finish, Bellingham's to finish. The other part that we agreed to was to return and expedite the reinstatement of lands to Ngā Kahu Ngā Kohu Trust via the Māori Land Court. C, to follow up on council remission of rates regarding landlocked blocks. And D, to reinstate the power to the pump house and change the account to Ngā Kahu Trust. I sort of want to bring that up because I do miss him harassing me. Not harassing, but push, all of us. And in all my reports, I talk about these 58 marae and 11 kohanga reo that are unsealed. And I'd like to think that, over the course of each year, we are addressing at least a minimum of 5 to 6 marae and 1 or 2 kohanga every year. Other than that, do appreciate all the reports. Nā mihi, kia ora.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. 2 main things I want to refer to. One is the sports field. I'll do that first. And just this, we went and took some photos. One of the members of the public asked me about it. And probably the main point I want to make there was 504. Has the handover from contract to the council been complete? And what were they supposed to deliver? If you don't have a one there, the weeds look like they're dying off, but I don't think the cover's improved much. Things are really grow. And I spoke to Kerry Rugby Club. They had a crack at us, and they've gone back to Koku because it works better. As far as roading, I've had a number of meetings, rugby group. Congratulations to Rob and Tanya and what they're proposing for the forward work plan. So basically the roading is best for network approach is what we're working with, working to understand the road network needs, reprioritisation of the key or the strategic routes, and then collaborative approach with staff and contractors and governments, obviously. Prioritisation of the work program via the work plan, focus on delivering improved value for money, and that is going to require councillors to understand what the network needs and understanding the level of service that we're going to get on different roading. So more efficient ways of working is where we're heading. Traffic management is risk-based with a message from the Minister that quarterly reporting is required back to NZTA from the contractors and us on the traffic management spend. And more efficient ways of working, so geographic work streams rather than a reactive RFS I referred to it in a meeting yesterday as a blowfly stuck on your window. You know, they're all over the show. It's not economic. We need to prioritise the funding available, maximise the use of available resources. Reviewing network condition, that's happening now, and the road hierarchy I've already mentioned. Regarding to achieve the Minister's challenge, staff must understand the network improvement plan has changed significantly from what has been used in the past. 24-27 plan, LDP, has a clear focus within a constrained budget. So incremental improvements to the network are critical. And the message from the central government has been really clear: back to basics, drainage, risk-based traffic management, and a prioritised work plan to maximise the available budget. So that's where we're working at. But I would like to know what's the story with Waipuna Sports Field. It's possible off so far, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. It's the gift that's going to keep on eating.
I don't have an update, but I haven't been given any negative things off track.
We had a workshop, was it last week or the week before? I don't remember that. Is it Nadine? Maybe she could speak to the sports field.
Go for a walk. You'll see it.
Kia ora. I can speak very briefly to that. There is an operational update scheduled for next week, and walkovers are happening quite regularly with the project manager. The intention is after the operational update next week, moving forward, there'll be written updates provided to show the state of the growing of the grass.
Just before you finish there, Nadine, Steve had a specific question in his report about has the handover of that contract been completed?
No, it has not yet.
Contracted to the council.
So that part has not been handed over yet.
So they can fix it.
Okay, anybody else?
I just add to that, Madam Chair, we did hear at the workshop that the weeds have been sprayed, which is why everything looks yellow. But I'm not a turf expert. I can only really know what we were told at the workshop.
Yeah, the photos of my report show the weeds have been sprayed when I looked at it.
Anybody else wish to speak to their report or have questions about questions or comments about anybody else in the report? Councillor Vucic, closing comment. I will put the resolution to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 7.5, page 537. That council received the report, council open resolution update October 2024. Mover? I'll move. Seconder, Councillor Vucic. All the, anybody want to pick up comments, because I'll go last. Strategy to keep them short. Nothing from Councillor Vucic. Well, this is the nitty gritty.
Any of these historic ones that we can remove from that's been brought up before?
Yeah.
Or do we need a new resolution to rejig the work program for some of this?
There are a lot that are going to be coming out at the end of this point, I believe. Or do we need a resolution to remove the one that we don't believe need to be in there anymore?
No, we don't need a resolution. Part of the, so yes, there are some that will come off. There are just some in there that we wanted you to see the progress before we close them off, so that you are appraised of those updates.
Well, Russell landfill options had its second birthday. If nothing was steering with. There's a few. There's one there that was much older, but I can't find it.
Councillor Foy.
Well, just a question, can't find that resolution. It was just mainly about the stormwater and the staff capacity. Have we got all of our staff now in that department so we can get on with the project?
And that was mentioned in the CE report too. Guy, did you want to speak to that, or that's something with that, which is to presence of that situation?
Charles, do you have a comment on it?
Sorry, can you please repeat which one?
Oh, I can't find the resolution. For example, at Tokiro, there's, quite a few stormwater issues outstanding. There's a number of them outstanding for stormwater, but we were getting staff capacity sorted so that we could have asset managers, engineers and that to put them.
We are not up to full complement on the waters space. There's still a significant number of staff. Engineering to have.
So we do actually have a stormwater asset manager starting with us, but we can update on that particular project at Te Koko.
So the particular project in this report is the Turner Centre subcatchment and upgrade to Heritage Bypass Kirikiri Water. Remember that one that came up at LTP time? And so
there was also that one, but yeah, there's a number of them at Tokiro as well.
Yeah, that's not in this. Yeah. Oh, so back to Koko, is that all right, Councillor Ford?
Yes.
Anybody else? Councillor McNally?
Yeah, just two others. The Turner Centre subcatchment.
Yeah, just speech.
We do.
Coming to Te Koko.
And the other thing, I see an addition there for the interim speed management, that the new law comes into force 30th of October. Are we holding off on the next lot of signs going up? I think then you're putting them up in Whangaroa right now.
Do we have any staff that can speak to that? But there is an analysis being done, which will be reported at Te Koko Council on the speed rule that changed.
It's going to cost us.
My personal analysis is that not all our roads are going to change, but carry on, Tanya.
Oh no, I was just going to say that I can't recall really what's on the Te Koko agenda. I'd have to have a quick look back. Still in this on.
I think that SNTA are leading the review. The thing I read online on the page where it has the rule, it says that NZTA are supporting councils with their review. So, yeah. The
final rule has been released yet.
Yes, it has. I found it and I sent it to staff. I'll give you a copy.
You need to see the final rule.
Yeah. Cool. Anybody else on resolutions? Anything to say? And I'll go to say nothing. All those in favour? Okay, we now have a resolution somewhere to have the community board members. Which part do we do first?
So I believe now we're ready to move to the public excluded portion of the meeting. So we made our question.
CVs.
Yeah, so we want a motion to exclude the public and allow the community board to give them our to remain.
Okay. Who would like to move that? I keep leaving it. I'm going to move that. And Councillor, are you happy to second the movement and keep our community boards and our leader in here? Yeah. All those in favour?
Aye.
And Carly, could you let us know when live stream is paused? Thank you. And we'll just give staff. Thank you. We'll give staff a few minutes to speak. And we Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our council meeting today. We discussed a number of items in PX, which were, oh my gosh, purchase of land, Barwini, Cooper's Beach Youth Camp remission request, and minutes and open resolutions, which are all staying in PX. And I'm going to ask our councillor Rakina to do our closing karakia for us today.
Romaitasa. Hekina ko te tapo tēnei wāhi o tēnei wānanga, kia mauro ko te māramatanga ki roto ki te putumanoa, ka pure kia mauri nui, kia mauri ro, haumi, huie,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Kiana.
This
Kiana, I could play.